O'clock. It is time to
What about the auditor?
say again.
We need the auditor.
Need somebody from yeah.
We need,
I don't. Well, do it.
uh,
I don't know. I don't think we have to have her.
you don't know she wants copious notes. And I think we want copious notes.
Okay, I think each one of us in our steel trap minds can remember. What Rick's not going to get anything anyway. So
I may agree with the second part of that, but the first part of that, I can't agree with at all.
I kind of think she said yesterday that it. That,
She just walked into her office.
did she?
So, yeah.
Okay. I think we can go ahead and at least get started. Pam, would you mind texting her and just say that we're, I know she knows, but, oh, there she is. She knew.
Morning.
Hello.
She's not in shorts and a t-shirt.
Yeah.
Huh?
I said, you're not in shorts and a t-shirt, so you look good.
Well, we did convene at 9 o'clock, and now we are ready to, first of all, anybody have any questions about what we're doing today or anything like that before we get started here?
And 4 presents.
Say again?
4 present, 1 absent right now.
4 present, 1 absent. We do have we do have enough people here. Okay. We were called to order at 9 o'clock, and day 2 of the FY 2024 Department Budget Hearing is convened. We're going to start off with proposed budget of maintenance. So, Mr. Kerr, would you please tell us what you want this next year?
Well, I want just enough,
Just enough, just to get by.
nothing more.
All right.
So, this is the maintenance department, 510. Line item. We'll just kind of go line item at a time. First of all, on the actual sort of like daily routine budget things, and then we'll go with some other requests. Requesting a 3% raise. And I'll trust you guys to do what you can on that. And most of these line items are the same. There'll be a few that have changed a little bit. Most of them will be pretty much the same. 211 cell phone allowance, we'll leave that the same. The supplies, had to bump that up just a little bit. The supplies took a hike. So, and that supplies is like toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning supplies, that sort of thing. That's what we're about there.
It's showing the same as last year though, Rick, 35,000.
Okay. Well, I guess I did leave it the same.
Is that okay?
That's,
From previous years, I guess is what you meant.
yeah, I know, I probably, maybe we bumped it last year, I don't remember. Maybe we didn't. Contract services, I had to add some to that. Contract on, can't remember now what it is, but anyway, some of the contract things have gone up a little bit.
Are we still having the grass cut out at the?
Yes.
Is that contract services
Yes, it
still?
is.
Okay.
But they have not gone up yet on their price.
Okay.
And fuel, 330 there, fuel, I had to add some, I'm having to do a budget amendment this year just to get past that, so fuel costs have gone up. Plus, we're adding, we're gonna be adding another generator, we already added 1 generator. The fuel for those comes out of this line item, so it's just gonna be more expensive. Bird and pest control, he said just do a general 10% price hike across the board for that. All his chemicals have gone up. everything. In addition, he went over and looked at the Prosperity Bank building, and when we put that online as well, it's going to be $90 a month for him to treat Prosperity Bank. I don't know if that's going to be in this next year's budget, or I don't know when we will do that, but when we do, it's going to be $90 a month for that. 335 machinery repair will be the same, it'll be $1,000. Building repair is an item that we use quite a bit. For bigger items, building maintenance is line item 450, that's what we buy everything, heat and air, all of our plumbing supplies, electrician, everything comes out of 450. 350 we use it for bigger items, like we're going to paint a building, bigger repair items. Vehicle expense, $2,500. And then subscriptions, that's the work order program that we have, maintenance care work order program, and it's gone up. So we have to move it to $3,500 to take care of that. Uniforms, that's work boots. Stay the same. Telephone and radio and mileage, I don't use any of those. Conference money, $400. And then the utilities, line 440, 441, 442, Shelley always works out what the dollar amounts are on that. So I don't, that's in her bucket list of things to do. When we get to building maintenance, I've added $50,000 to that line item. And the reason I did is I went back and figured, because we have the Prosperity Bank building that is going to have to be maintained. And so we don't have a track record on that building, so we really don't know what we're going to have to spend. So I took the dollar amount that the maintenance department spends per square foot of all of the facilities that we have, and it's about $2.05 a square foot. And the bank building has 26,000 square feet. So if you just add that many square footage to what I'm going to be responsible for, if you figure it that way, I know that's not 100% accurate, but that gives you an idea. So that's $54,000. So I added $50,000 to that line item.
Looks like you had it set. 145 and 225, am I looking at it right there?
It was 175, wasn't it, before?
145.
I don't have an issue with it, but I mean, it looks like 70.
Right. Well, maybe math's not my specialty, I guess.
Is any of that building maintenance going toward the Crest?
Going toward
Toward the Crest building? Okay.
We've never budgeted it.
Hey, there's something in there.
Well, I mean, it's up to y'all how much you want to put in there. We got to put something in there. We need to, because that building's going to be pretty expensive to maintain. In elevator maintenance, I added 8,000. It's about 4,000 for each elevator. There are 2 elevators in the Prosperity Bank building. So I added those to the elevator maintenance line item. Machinery and equipment non-capita, that's for weed eaters and vacuum cleaners and that sort of thing. So we're going to need a couple items there, so I'll put some money in that. Equipment rental, I dropped that line item down. We seldom rent anything, so I dropped it back to $1,000. So I added a little to the budget, and I took a little away from the budget, so we're about the same as we were last year.
But you comfortable, we got enough to take care of some air conditioner failures and stuff?
Well, I've got some more coming. In these line items, that's how it's run before.
I just hear that, hey, we have some we think we're gonna have to replace, and I
That's
just want to
coming
be sure
later.
we're erring on the side of caution.
That's coming later, yeah. I've added those, they're just not in these line items.
Where we gonna put them?
She puts them in a,
Capital.
yeah. Yeah, she puts them in capital improvements. Then that line item 570, the lawnmower that we use to mow the courthouse and the library and everything up here is toward the end of its life. It's worn pretty bad. So I just got a quote on a John Deere. That's a quote from John Deere on that lawnmower. It's a zero turn. It's not the most heavy duty one, but it's not the lightest one. It's sort of the middle of the road. And if you approve that, when we get to October, we'll look at Kubota and Skag, and we'll pick one for that. That's just a dollar amount to work on. I was telling Adam, we could probably get by with that mower another year. There's just no money to do it with, but it's not going to be long. We're going to have to do something about that. The other option would be to get contractors to mow it. We tried that before with them mowing the courthouse and everything up here, but they mow it when they want to, and we try to mow. If there's going to be an event up here, we make sure it's mowed and looks nice for that event. You have the contractors doing that, and it doesn't work that way. It just looks better. And any questions about those line items? And I've got some other stuff here that we're going to have to look at. So each year, we started about, I think it was probably about 12 years ago, 10 or 12 years ago, we started looking at the air conditioner units that we have in the county that have a lot of age on them. And we started with the jail out there. And every year, we put money in to replace four of the units, 37 units at the jail. And so each year, we replace 4 of the problematic ones, the older ones. And so that now they're staggered out over about a 12-year period, so that we won't come up in 1 year and have to replace 14 units or something. So we're going to do 4 more at the jail this year. That's in that section B on this. Y'all have this page that has ABCs on it. That's what I'm reading from. Line item A there, though, is there's 4 units on the roof of the annex building that we put there in '08. There are 8 of those units up there. 2 of them are dead in the water right now and need to be replaced. And there are 2 more that are leaking freon. They're problematic. So I put requesting money in there to replace those 4 units on top of the annex. There are also 4 more, but it's going to be the final 4 that were replaced out of the jail, which is that line item B there. And they're averaging, each unit costs a little bit different. The average on those is about $12,000. Especially these you have to sit on the roof, you have to get a crane, a little more expensive. And then line item C there is Larry and the sheriff are wanting to paint the inside of the jail. They're doing quite a bit of painting on the outside, painting doors and that sort of thing. And so they asked me how much painting it's going to take. We use inmate labor to do it. And that's just a wild guess. I just estimated how many square feet of wall we have in there. and then a double handful of paint rollers and a bunch of supplies. And that's a wild guess about how much money it's going to cost to do that. He's wanting to do that this summer because he has painters, professional painters in jail right now. And so he says they're good. So he wants to do it this summer, but I don't know. I have the money right now to do it, but I don't know what's going to happen to the Prosperity Bank building. You know, I've already spent $30,000 on air conditioning since January. So, and more is coming. So I'm scared to turn him loose, spending my money right now until we get a little further along.
Is Hesse Sneeder John still doing the air conditioning?
No, I called him and they came and they fiddled around over there for a little while and they said they didn't want to do it and they left. So
they're done.
Yeah. I've been using 5T and Clement Heat and Air and stoves. We have several heat and air. We have to, because we can only spend $50,000 with each one of them. And, last year I spent close to $150,000 on air conditioning total.
Shelley, on that paint, could we use that, our prison fund, our inmate fund for some of that? Or, you know, that we,
What are you talking about?
well, we, for the inmates that come in?
Oh, the prisoner boarding
Yes,
for this year?
yes.
We can tape it off, keep stuff off the door. And if the guys know what they're doing, they can do it. You know?
Right.
If you get a bunch of guys that don't know what they're doing, they're making mess.
We can always use a co-op vendor to put in the air conditioning units, and then you can use your locals for maintenance. So if you get one vendor to do all of them,
Oh,
then you use your locals for maintenance.
right.
Because once you spend, I mean, you
Yeah.
won't even be able, if you use each one, you won't be able to use them for maintenance.
Did you say that the air conditioning units and stuff electrical do not fall under the, what you call it, the code where you have to, once you hit that 50,000 mark, you have to update everything, ADA and all?
Oh, as far as
ADA.
ADA,
Yeah.
doing, y'all correct me if I'm wrong here, but just doing routine repairs, that doesn't count, that dollar
Okay.
amount doesn't count.
Just
Repairing them.
doors and movement.
It's when you start remodeling, or you start a
Okay.
remodel project, and that's when you get into that.
Well, about replacing the air conditioners, does that count toward that?
I don't think so, that's a routine thing.
That's already
replacement.
nearly $50,000 right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Thinking might have been you that said that, like the upgrading electrical and stuff like that's doesn't fall under that part of it, right?
What they're talking about, Judge, is ADA, isn't it, Matt?
Yes,
That's what you're
yes.
asking.
Right, yeah.
It's my understanding, it's exempt. Anything HVAC, boiler related,
Right.
anything like that doesn't apply to that $50,000 remodel.
Okay.
It's when you start restructuring your building and changing things up, doing actual remodel work.
And that building has been ADA compliant since it was built, as far as I know. It had to be built ADA compliant in '05, unless some requirement was changed.
Which building?
But you're talking about jail, right?
No,
No, we're talking
Oh,
prosperity.
over here,
Yeah, oh, no, yeah, we can, yeah.
yeah.
It's exempt, the boilers, the HVAC,
Anything that's considered routine
Okay.
upkeep.
if we start tearing out walls and actually
Yeah.
start a remodel,
Yes,
then
sir.
we can't spend $150.
I thought it was a percentage of the amount, percentage of the total amount of the building.
I don't think so, but you could be right, but I've always heard it that.
That's what I was,
Yeah, that's what I've
I
heard
don't-
too.
I mean, if it's a $10 million
That's why I was
building,
asking, does replacing
matter.
the Okay.
What I was
I'm
told
not talking
whenever
about
they
just
come did that.
repairing, I'm talking about replacing the.
No, because if you have an air conditioning unit that goes out, it's necessary to, that's just
Okay,
necessary.
so it's just counted as.
That's upkeep of the building.
Okay.
I went from jail, AC, to prosperity. I got
Kinda
lost.
jumping around.
I got
Sorry
lost.
about that.
No, no, not a big deal. That's on me.
But, you know, it goes back to that presentation that we heard months ago. I just happened to be here for my time again. But when you start talking about that building over there, do you not have to go ahead and start working on the restrooms? If you plan for the public to use that building, don't you have to bring it back into ADA compliance, restrooms and ramps and stairs and,
Depends on how much work you do.
If we can spend up to $50,000 making renovations to
Right.
whatever and not have to do ADA. Not have to redo ADA. But I don't know, I mean, right now, if we put the public in there should be adequate restrooms and stuff there.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so I don't think the restrooms are an issue. I don't think until we start knocking out walls and stuff that we have to be concerned. And we're hearing a whole lot about the Prosperity Bank this morning and costs associated with it, but we need to keep in our mind that we bought it for like $50 a square foot, and so it was still a good purchase.
So moving along here, item D is, and I already mentioned this, replacing 4 units out of the jail. I already mentioned that. And then I've already talked about the lawnmower, that I put in the budget for that. Then the boiler at the Prosperity Bank is 55 years old. And, so I got a price for it, $36,500 to replace that boiler. Again, we don't have a track record on it, so we don't know what it is. I've talked to a couple of contractors that have worked on it, and the people over there who live there, and they say they're constantly working on that boiler all the time. So when we hit winter time, we'll see how much problems we have with it. But to replace it is $36,000. So I don't know whether to recommend that we go ahead and replace it or we just run it a year and see. If it's $36,000 this year, it'll probably be $38,000 next year, or 40 years. I don't know. Anyway, it is 55 years old. And then juvenile probation made a request to do some upgrades to their building. I don't know if y'all have seen that or not. What they want is an awning on the front door and the back door, and then a handrail. You want to go off the sidewalk at the back, you step down a couple of steps down to the other sidewalk. And so they want a handrail there, and then to paint and upgrade the outside of the building. So I got prices to do all of that. The total of that, well, to do the awnings and that sort of thing is $1,983. To get it painted, that's cleaned, power wash it, painted, $4,500. And then that gives you a total of $6,483 to do that.
That's not a lot of money, but, our best case scenario is finish our goal and vacate those buildings. And rather than keep putting money into them.
Yeah, so that's the question, what are you gonna do with the building? If they're gonna be in there for a while, then it needs some upgrading to it. If it's not something you're gonna keep, spend money. That's why you guys get paid the big bucks to figure those things out. And with that, I believe that's everything that I've got.
Anybody have any additional questions for Rick?
don't know, Commissioner Snooks, if you want to talk about the lighting up here or not, or if that's something we want to do.
Yeah, we can. Of course, we put those lights up there that light up the clock tower. We're always having heck with them. Rick's found a different set of lights, and part of the money that we spent on them is the infrastructure to wire any set of light up there, so we just need to change out the lights, but they're $750 for white ones, and $1,500 if we want to do the colored ones. We're going to see if we could get Parker to maybe run we need one more, like a media wire run, so we can get them to do that, since these don't work. I like the idea of the colored lights, but they give us a fit ever since we put them up there. It's not Parker's fault, it's just something's got a ghost in it or something.
Yeah. The light fixtures that are up there they just don't function properly. He's tried everything and I've tried everything. I've been up there 30 times messing with them, trying to get it to work right. They do for a minute and they don't. So this is called Phillips Hue, HU. And it has for lack of a better word, they call it a bridge. I'd call it a modem, but the bridge. Actually, Christian is the one that showed me this. And I talked to another lighting guru, kind of a guy, and he said, yeah, that is the top of the line. He said, you don't have any trouble with it. So the bridge goes up in the clock tower, and it connects with the light fixture, each light fixture. There are 8 light fixtures, 2 at each, behind each clock face. And the data cable runs from that bridge down to the network here in the courthouse, so that from a cell phone and the app from anywhere, you can connect to it and change the light, change the color of the lights, do whatever you want to do. There's even within that app, you can have where you change each light individually, or you can have groups, so you can have all the lights grouped together, so that you want all of them to be red, you make all of them red, or all of them blue, or all of them green. Or you can then do groups where you have one side red and one side blue. Whatever combination that you want.
I know some of the public feedback I got on, they really like the colored lights, and we're changing just a few times a year for St. Patrick's Day or Christmas.
That's what I'm thinking. I think white probably solve a lot of problems.
Do what?
So that's what I was just sitting there thinking. I think if we just went straight white, it'd solve a lot of problems down the road.
I kind of think so, and then we don't have to worry about what color they are.
Yeah, I agree. I did get some positive feedback on that, but if they don't work, they don't work.
Yeah.
Somebody told me that we had rainbow lights up there, so I'm all for just the white.
Well, the colored is a good idea if it works. If it works right, it's all right. But those just, you're right on it. They strobe and it looks like disco part of the time, you know.
It becomes a problem when we do green and somebody don't like St. Patrick's Day,
Yeah.
Somebody know what?
like St. Patrick's Day.
And
Or St.
not their
Patrick's
cool
Day.
colors, so.
Yeah, or,
Probably white's a better one.
I mean, we have less
and
issues.
if I heard you right, white's about half the cost of,
Yes.
okay.
And it's the bridge and the installation, all that are the same. It's just the cost of each light fixture.
Yeah.
Do you need this bridge if you go with a single color? We need all that if we just go with a single color, go clear?
Not necessarily. You could even, if you're gonna go white, you could just buy a lesser priced light fixture and put up there. The problem is, he has it wired now where you have to have a controller to turn them on and off. They're on all the time. Unless we go back and rewire it so that it goes back. We have a timer that turns lights on and off to the roof lights and everything. Well, these are off of that timer now. We'd have to go back and have it rewired, put them back on that timer if we go with just a standard light fixture.
I mean, yeah, if we're not changing colors, does it eliminate our problem? If we just go clear or white?
Yeah.
And then we're not out any money?
That thing that wires them together is only $50, but it's the running the media wire to it that.
That's gonna be tricky.
Blush.
That's why I was thinking Parker might just do that for us, you know, without cost, because of the problem that we're having with these others. This is a good system and a good lights, good quality lights. You probably won't have any problems with them.
You're talking about what we have?
No,
Okay, I'm talking about spend no money and go clear and put them on the timer. Why can't we do
you
that?
can't spend no money because
Well-
you're gonna have to replace those lights. Those lights up there are a problem.
The lights are the problem.
But, okay, they're a problem when we're not changing them? In other words, we can't put them on one color and not have a problem?
No,
They change themselves.
Okay, that's
they've
what I'm
got
trying
a
to
mind-
clarify.
They've got a mind of their own. And they've done, and they've come out and done, and they've talked to the company. It's like something to do with, I think there's a go.
Could be. We've heard
There is.
before, there might be one here.
There is.
If you believe in ghosts.
I personally think white is just fine. That's
I'm for that.
what it's there for, just so people can know what time it is.
So what kind of money you need to budget to fix it? Or do we just want you to do it out of your current budget and get it done?
We can do, we're talking $700.
I mean, I don't know why you don't make that
We need
habit
to
in
do
this
that.
budget.
Yeah, we need to do that right now if you got it in your budget.
Well, just make it happen.
It was just a good time to get all y'all together to talk to you all
Yeah,
about
you
going color or
want me
white.
to talk to Parker and see if he'll run that data cable for us?
Yeah.
I bet he'll do that.
Any other questions for us, Rick?
I'm good if y'all are.
He's done, I'm gonna grab.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Bo's back, isn't he?
Bo will be back, first of August.
Okay. Somebody told me he was back the other day.
Well, he was here, but he's not back.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, he just came.
Okay.
Yeah, he had quadruple bypass.
Guys, gotta be careful getting on HIPAA thing.
Thank you, Rick.
Take it one minute. Get on break.
Madam District Clerk.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
Seems like we just talked to her yesterday.
Seems like.
Oh, I
Okay,
need to white it out or just?
ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
Let's go.
So this is for the district clerk for the account 450. I am asking or requesting for my deputy clerks to be considered at least a 5% pay salary. These ladies do a tremendous job up there, and their jobs go beyond just a clerk. A deputy clerk requires different statutes that they have to learn. They have to be able to understand what's being filed and different things to that nature. And I just feel that the salary on that needs to be bumped a little bit. And maybe at some point that we can maybe figure out where we are in salary adjustments and do a study to see where we are on that in the future. Going down, office supplies, I'm staying the same on that. We're in good shape on that, and I stay kind of ahead of that each year. So we're in good shape on that. My conference line, I have 8,000 budgeted in that. That's for me to be able to take a clerk to the winter training, and then, a deputy clerk with me to the winter training and to the fall training. Normally, these costs that generally cost to go to these conferences is about $9,500. However, we do get a reimbursement from the TAG Judicial Education on that, so that brings it down to about $7,900. So I budgeted $8,000 for my conference. Association dues, I kept that at $500. I have a miscellaneous line to just kind of cover some things that don't fall under some of these other categories. And then just for our law books, statutes, and things like that is $900. I'm also requesting for the district clerk to receive the monthly cell phone allowance. That's not an allowance that I have received since being in office, and I think there may be a couple, maybe 3 of us elected officials that don't get that cell phone allowance, and I do use my cell phone for work purposes. Going over to the my 032, which is my preservations. I've got that $250,892 in there that we are paying co-file for the next 3 years on that. If we do decide to amend that contract, obviously that figure would change by that $58,833 if we do decide to do that, which would make that line $309,725.
What line ought to be at, Marcy?
I am on 032 553.
30 what?
It would be 309,725. Going down to the records, I'm sorry, I do need to point out too in the 107 that employee that pays out of that is my part-time scanning clerk that is supplemented by the general fund to go into those fees for those lines. She is the one who is scanning my records continually, going backwards to get those into the case management system.
What line item, Marcy, did you do? You jumped on.
We're still in 032, 107, 201, and 203.
Okay, and you want to,
I just want to continue that part-time person to stay there.
Everything in that fund is funded by general fund.
Yes.
yeah, not through preservation cost, not,
Should
yeah.
have bring enough money.
I don't, yeah. Thanks, Shirley. Then going to the 050, that one is the one where I maintain for my records management, where I buy my case file folders and different things to that nature, some of my shelving equipment and so forth that I have down at the old jail to put my records on, comes out of that. I also have a subscription line on that, and because I do have records that are on microfilm, microfiche, that we still have to access from time to time on that. Hopefully when we get all those records all scanned in, we won't have to look at those microfiche because the records will be in the case management system fully scanned in. So that's what that subscription is to maintain that microfilm reader, the subscriptions on it. Then going down to 051, that is the archives. That is also where I also keep some of my supplies to help maintain some of the records and so forth, to keep it out of the general fund supply lines that I do take out of that, because those binders are not cheap.
And that money is generated with fees?
Not much now, no.
I'm sorry,
But, yes,
what?
yes.
It's generated with fees, not, yeah,
Yeah, we
because,
do generate, but yeah, it's just not building on that a huge amount.
it's not coming out of general fund.
Huh?
It's not coming out of general fund.
No, it's not. That helps to save on my supplies out of the general 001s.
I mean, just looking at the history, $362 in the last 4 years, 10,000 in the line, kind of a flag.
Yeah, I just kind of inflate that so I don't have to come back to you guys and ask for a budget amendment. It saves time for me and for y'all. And, so that's kind of what I have. I know yesterday in the court, y'all were talking about, did I have other things that was gonna have to be done outside of that other project that I have? And I have, these books here are extremely old. I have about 13 to 15 of these books. This is my naturalization books. This is book number 2, which I brought, and this is has like some of the early 1800s and things like that. At some point, these are all going to have to be fixed. This is some of the things that we're going to have to repair and fix because they are deteriorating. And this does have, you know, people, you know, their naturalization when they came here. But I wanted to show you, because I happened to open this book this morning because this, and I've taken all the lotions off my hand. But this record here is a 1860 record. This is what CoFile is dealing with and some of those papers and so forth that they're dealing with. It's very fragile, and it's even fragile for me to even touch. So I just wanted y'all to see an actual piece versus seeing a photograph. A photograph doesn't do anything to the justice of what's happening to some of these records. Fortunately, this piece of paper has been kept in a climate area and has been in the vault in there. So it's not as bad as what some of those who've gone through the heat and set in heat and so forth like that. But that's kind of what we're dealing with and trying to preserve, to keep, so that we're able to keep those records around. And that's what I have.
That's it?
That's it. I'm not going to stand here all day today.
Clarification on your
Sorry.
request for a cell phone, monthly cell phone allowance at $900. It's not $900.
I'm sorry, I missed, yeah, it's 900 a year.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, I meant to correct that and I did not get that done. It is not a monthly. I should have put that as, it's a
Yearly.
monthly cell phone, but the amount for yearly is $900 is what I meant to say on that. My apologies.
No, I just wanted,
Thank you.
I didn't want you to think.
No.
And
No.
if you were really trying to justify that, if we was pressuring you, how much do you really use it for work? I mean, what are the activities that you discuss on, what are you talking about on your cell phone, work related, outside business hours?
You know, between employees calling of a morning saying they're not going to be at work, the judge calling in the evenings, I probably take 2 to 3 phone calls, and then when I'm at conference and things like that, it's a lot more than that, obviously, because I'm away from the office. I honestly didn't even think of a percentage, sorry.
Just asking.
Yeah. I mean, it's always at hand when, the judge needs me or information or whatever, it's always at hand for her to pour I'm at hand for her.
So not knowing when that's gonna be, I'd say it's 100%.
Thank you, yes, because you don't know.
I guess then every elected official ought to get one.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
All these 800 and 900s add up to millions, but that's fine.
Well, not every elected official gets a call from the judge either, okay? I think what we're talking about here is what it's used for.
Yeah, it would be the same difference between a judge or a constituent, or you have someone who wants to complain about your roads or whatever. You don't know when they're gonna call you. You don't know when someone's gonna call you to tell you something's wrong or that they need something, so we don't know. So-
Usually it's about 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, usually about
Yeah.
9 o'clock at night,
Usually
yes.
it's Friday at 7:30 after everybody's gone home.
That's
When you
right.
can't do anything about it, okay, that's usually when it happens.
Yeah,
Same time everything breaks, starts breaking,
and
or the
that's,
dog gets sick.
as our
it's always
duty
Friday.
calls, that's what we do. We
Yeah.
fix it. So, yes. We
Do you
pray
have any
that we don't.
questions for us?
I don't have questions for y'all, but do you have any other questions for me? So, well, I appreciate you and I thank you.
Thank you, Marcy.
Thank you, Marcy.
Why, looky here, next we have the county clerk. Do what now?
Should we wait for Adam? Should we wait for me? Should we wait for Adam? Or not?
If you want to,
Who's next?
county clerk. Yeah.
Shelley, let's pick him up.
I feel like we're gonna really be running ahead. I don't know if we should contact
75.
conservation or take a
Then we
break.
give deputies 50.
Electeds get
Data.
900 and employees get a little 600.
I'm not till 10, but I have
No,
to.
some of that is
Somebody
because
set
they
me a
might
whole
be
hour. I'm
using
not gonna
data.
do that. I'm sure I have a lot of questions. In your mind.
Don't really matter.
Huh? Somebody might tour. We don't have to do in this order, you know. I don't know if I can tell you on my phone or not. But I could have my girls call and, yeah, then you can just go down. So you can't go down to the.
That'd go over.
It doesn't do that to you on the regular agenda? And she's done it the exact same way, so that makes no sense. All right, y'all ready?
We are ready.
All right, we'll start with my 403, which is I call it my front office where I do OPR. I didn't change too much.
Pam, could you
Yes.
move that mic up?
Still can't hear
I just can't, I'm sorry, or
That's
yell
fine.
at me.
I'll try to talk. I'm not a very loud speaker, but I just went up a little bit on office supplies in the front office just because our vital paper has gone up. It's nearly 3,000 by itself. We just ordered, so, but anyway. I went up 100 on my record books because also them have gone up in price. I have to order a death and birth book, and they have gone up in price. Election expense. Do need to talk about that because y'all should have this where I estimate all my elections, and I do that pretty much what it cost us, pretty close. Of course, I never know how many elections that I'm gonna have to help with in May, how many entities will have elections, so I just kind of estimate about half of them. But everything else is pretty much close to what it cost. Well, the governor just signed a new House Bill 1217, and it's gonna make, before, counties that were under 55,000, we didn't have to have 12-hour voting during early voting. We didn't have to do Saturday and Sunday voting unless there was a petition, which we've had before, and I have stayed open that. We had maybe, 10 voters when we stayed open till 7. It would just, even the party decided it was not really worth what it cost. But now, every county has the last week of early voting, we have to stay open 12 hours, which is now, so it'd be 7 to 7.
Surely they're sending some funds for that.
Well, it talks about using
Yeah.
the Chapter 19 funds, but that's the voter registrar, and there's a lot of counties complain about that because the counties that don't have an EA don't get that money, because Brandy gets it. It's not gonna help me paying my clerks, and I don't know, they haven't talked about if they're gonna be able to somehow split up that fund. I don't know much about the Chapter 19 funds, because I don't get them. So I figured out what it will cost staying open Saturday and Sunday, and then paying the judges staying open 12 hours the last week, and it's going to cost about $5,000 more, so I'm upping my election to $198,465. If that's okay with y'all. I mean, I
Did
kind of,
that pass?
yes, he signed it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, all the clerks wrote him letters. This was when it was just on his desk, asking him, please do not sign. This is gonna really, I mean, it's bad enough for me, but can you imagine these counties who only have about 10,000 registered voters? I mean, it's insane that they're gonna have to stay open, and they said, we might have one voter on a Sunday, and to have to stay open, I think on Sunday you have to stay open 6 hours. So, and even, it's gonna be hard for me to even find judges to work on a Sunday.
You said, you changed it from 193 to 198,
Yes.
198, 465?
Yes. So and 5,000 should do it. I figure it may end up being me and a couple of my clerks may have to work on Sunday, and then we pay them too, but, I may not use it, but I'd rather have it in there than having to move money. And there may even be, I didn't really up my supplies. A lot of the new laws that are passing are gonna end up changing my ballot by mail kits, which I have a couple thousand. I'm gonna have to just throw them in the trash and order new ones. Looks like, last time I had to put a label on there, but I think this has got so many changes that a label ain't gonna work. But I didn't up my supplies, because I feel like even with that, I should have enough in there. Hopefully, I don't know, presidential election next year, we may have 1,500 ballot by mail I may have to order. That may not be enough, but I feel like it should be fine. Okay, then I did up the mileage 100 because I keep running out of money, because during the election with all this new equipment, it seems like I'm driving around the county more than I used to have to drive around the county. And then Shelley added our hotspots. That's something new. We have got to start having our poll books talk to each other, because right now I shouldn't say that. We just need them to talk, because I know y'all have talked about going countywide voting, and if we have to have hotspots to be able to do that. And I'm starting to get where we're getting so busy, especially presidential. I'll send 2 poll books out. They need to talk to each other, because if a voter walked in and went to one and then he walked in and went to the other, it won't know that he's already voted. So definitely want to get that started.
Are you still under election expense, Pam?
No, it's added. It's 2 under. It's under mileage. Did you see the new hotspots?
No.
You may have an old one that before that got added, I wonder.
Under telephones?
Yes.
You find it?
And in
So it's
mileage?
It's 1188.
Okay.
Conference I left the same. There's a lot of them I won't even get to go to, like Marcy is, because of elections. It'd be nice if we had an EA so I could go to some of these conferences, but it's too much to get out. And I usually don't take a clerk, because if I take a clerk, we're too short-handed in my office, because I only have 3 and 3, and I take one's at lunch. That leaves 1 person. Social and dues is the same. Miscellaneous is the same. All right, then let's move on to my records management, which is the 047. This is funded by money that I do collect when we file our documents. I'm keeping the computer expense in there because our scanners are all getting, I just used it for me. I just had to order a new one. Mine's been really messing up. And then I just put 6,000 in contingency just in case something else. And for the 049, that's my records preservation. That's the money where I did that 5-year plan, and I'm finally paid off the general fund back, and I've finally got enough collected that I'm going to I am going to use it this time to preserve some of my birth books and death books, and my, kind of like she was showing you, them books are just getting where they're starting to deteriorate, because we do touch them all the time. And we'll talk about that when I do my preservation plan in July. And then I'm also going to do my election books. I think that's something that we do have to keep forever, and they're starting to get really old and falling apart. So
If you're planning on using it, you would need to move it out of contingency
Oh. I am. So should I move? Because I know how much it's gonna cost. I'm only, and it is Jack who's giving me this plan. But, so I guess I need to move.
Make sure you count the front and
I
back.
know. So, I know I said, if you do this wrong, so it's gonna cost, 68,576 to do that. The first plan, he wanted me to do a lot more, and I said, no, I just wanna do just this minimal amount right now. We'll do more next year. That way, if it is way wrong, I still have enough money. So we need to move 70,000 up to the archive and registration line, the 553?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll do that. Let's just do 70,000 just in case it's. And I'll explain all that more in detail when we do our plan. Okay, and then moving down to 052, this is my archive fee. This is the fund that I pay my OPR program with. I had to add 10,000 because they are going up to, they went up last year, but they didn't let me know before the budget time, so they were nice enough not to charge me that extra fee for a whole year. So that was good. So they're going up on indexing, and then the system license fee is going up to 48. So it was an increase of 6,624. So that's why I added that 10,000. And then the 1,963 is the last. I thought I had it here. My prescription on my property fraud alert. So that's our support fee that we have to pay every year. So we had that.
That's already been paid for, I'll just move it from prepaid to.
Yes, we paid it because, yeah, it was a prepaid, but we have to move it back in there. So that's what that is. All right, so just need to talk about, we still haven't done I kind of skipped, sorry. For some reason, that when she sent it, it just had my front office. We still haven't done my back office, which is the 427. Do y'all see that one? Underneath, I don't know which one y'all are looking at.
It's underneath the 403, it's in blue.
For some reason, on the first sheet, it wasn't on there. So if you move on past my records management, you'll see the one that has both. Okay, so on that one, my office supplies, I was able to reduce 1,000. Just to let y'all know, the folders was probably the biggest expense. I am now going, it's not really paperless. Paperless is when you don't even make a folder. But after it goes to court and the judge, we get a judgment or a dismissal, when it comes back, we're shredding them documents. We're just keeping the dismissal or the judgment in a binder now, and I'm just reusing them folders. So I'll be able to reuse them over and over. So there's no need in buying anymore right now. The next clerk may want to not do that, but I'm out of storage room to actually put them. So this was kind of my only option, unless we got a new storage unit, but sorry. So that's why that is 1,000 less. I left the conference the same. Everything else is pretty much the same. I think I went down on books a little bit on that. All right, so also I am asking to keep my part-time scanner. She is still, I know every year I think she's going to finish, but there's just so many criminal cases, and that's what she's doing. We had Avenue come in and scan all my criminal, well back to about 1970, 69 or 70. Because before that, they're in shucks, like what Marcy's is, and they're over in the storage above probation, so them will also need to be done eventually. So I'll probably need to keep this part-time scanner for a while. I mean, I know they're just misdemeanor criminal files, and I have them, and I have to keep them. But anyway, so I'd like to keep her, to keep getting them, because what she's doing now, they're scanned, but they have to be put into net data. So she kind of transfers them into net data, and then she has to do all the data entry, the name, and so it takes some time to do that, so I'd like to keep her. And then, last but not least, I am, of course, asking if we can have an EA. I've got all the, if y'all ever want to come and look at the statute, kind of what has to be done, there's a lot to it, but I know it, I mean, we definitely are going to have to, I feel like we're going to have to do it eventually. You know, I don't know if this may not be the year to do it, but I am asking for an EA. Brandy will go in way more detail about why and what other counties, how many counties have EAs and what the pay status is. She's going to go over that a little more, but. All right, any questions?
I've got a couple of questions. Back to the EA.
Okay.
If there was an EA created, would that basically be another office? In other words, would the EA have to have an assistant or two?
Yes,
or-
that's kind of what Brandy's going to go through with
Okay,
what it
and
would
Brandy will
cost.
tell us more about that.
She's going to go, yeah, and I feel
Okay.
like I've got it here, and I think she's got it too, of counties that are our size, that shows how many, it actually shows how many staff they have, so a county our size, usually I feel like too, and then Brandy may even say different, I think they would have to have one full-time person and a part-time person to work during elections.
Okay.
Any
That's-
chance we
but-
could, you have like a listserv like we do, where we could ask the counties what an EA is costing them?
Yeah, and and I have it too, and she may have an updated one of every county that has an EA and what they get paid and how many clerks they have. I mean, it's a, is that what you're asking? Yeah. Yeah, we have that, and yes, they do have a listserv. And they talk about it, a lot. A lot of counties that don't have EAs talk about how they beg for it every year.
Can you shoot us a copy of that?
Yes,
And then how many employees do we want to give up?
none. I cannot give up an employee.
But right
There's
now,
no
you're
way.
handling a huge part of what an EA would do.
Yeah, but there's gonna be more involved. in the future.
Yeah.
I mean,
I pretty much
we added
handle-
you an employee last year. No, I'm sorry,
No.
added her an employee last year to do voting type stuff.
Yes.
So, are we gonna give that one up? How many,
I would
how many
think
people
yes.
we gonna
That's a
give up?
question for Brandy. I would think yes, for sure, that employee would go, yes. I would think, but that's a question for her. There's no way I could give up an employee. I have 3 in the back and 3 in the front. If, when they go to lunch, that's 2. When one's off vacation, that leaves 1 person.
But you do most of that anyway.
Huh?
You do most
Yeah,
of
that's
the
what I'm
election
saying.
stuff
I mean, I
anyway.
do have my part-time person. That's another reason I really need to keep her. Is she will, during elections, she won't be working on that criminal stuff. She will be helping me 24/7. Testing, a lot of testing, setting up all the kits. It's a lot of work. There's no way I could even do it by myself.
Like I said, Brandy will probably hit on it. Ultimately, Judge, it's my understanding, if we create an EA, we have 0 control. That person reports to a board.
Right. Yeah, that
And we
explains
just
all of
fund.
it. I'll shoot y'all to this. I'll shoot y'all, all of y'all, what has to be done when you get an EA. What all
We must
what
be
all it
able to-
entails.
Just
Yeah.
so you guys will know, I wanna once again thank Pam for all the work she's done in the last 2 or 3 weeks or so, getting not only this ready, but agendas ready and everything else. She's taken that all out of her time that she has very little of, and Pam, I do appreciate it.
Not a problem.
We couldn't have been at this point, I don't think, without you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And one other question, back on the first page,
Okay.
your computer expense, would that come out of yours or out of your expense, or would
Are you
that
talking
be
about the
IT?
403? I mean,
It's a separate fund.
047.
Separate fund? Okay,
And that money, it doesn't come out of the general fund.
that was my question.
Separate fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
was
All
my
that money
question.
is, I generate with my OPR and my every criminal case that gets filed, every civil case, there's records preservation money.
Do you have any questions for us? Thank you very much. Are we ready for
We're gonna be way ahead
juvenile
of schedule.
probation? Or is juvenile probation ready for us?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
Well, let's get it going.
Y'all have a format or any way you want us to present?
Just however you wanna do it. Go over your list if you have it.
I'll just go down the line.
Yeah,
Okay, so our first line that we have is cell phone allowance, and that's cell phones for our 3 certified juvenile probation officers. We do use those for our business. $500 on office supplies. $30,000 on community-based services, which is for, we use a company called Liberty Resources, and that's a company that we contract with, and they work with up to 4 juveniles per fiscal year on, they work with life skills, decision-making, plans for making good choices. They work with the family, the juvenile, and the school, and any other agencies who are involved with the kiddo. It's a placement diversion program. It's those kids who are at a little bit higher risk, and we're trying to keep them out of placement. It's a little bit pricey, but when you think about if we were gonna send that kid to placement instead, then it's a whole lot cheaper than sending a kid to a placement. So we feel like it's worth that money. I have $200 listed on medical and dental, and that's for physicals and dental exams for kiddos who are going to be heading to placements. $8,400 under subscriptions, and that is something new to us pretty recently this year. We're using a smartphone app called Repath, and it does some check-ins on the kids' phones for us. It prompts them to check in at different times of the day and into the evening, and then it gives us a GPS location of where they were when they checked in. It also makes them take it's called a blind selfie. It doesn't show them the selfie they're taking, but it shows us what they've taken. So we feel like that's a pretty useful tool to help keep an eye on the kids, so to speak. I have $6,500 listed for our annual audit. $1,100 for our 3 certified officers iPad monthly service. $500 for mileage. That's just for meetings out of town, trips to visit placements and things like that. $4,000 for travel and training. Each of us 3 certified JPOs have to recertify every 2 years, and we have to have 60 hours of continuing education for that. So that's going to conferences. I have chief-specific conferences I have to go to throughout the year. $1,100 for our copier rental. $185 for bonds. We have 2 employees who our bonds renew 1 year, and then the other 2 employees, their bonds renew the next year. $72,000. I had in the original line, I had $140,000 for residential services. We just found out yesterday, actually, that TJJD approved a budget that's going to give us roughly another $75,000 in our state budget, which is wonderful because of the excess that the state had. So I actually dropped that $140,000 down to $72,000. So we're going to try to offset those costs. The issue is costs of placements have gone up from fiscal year 22 to fiscal year 23. The cost of our placements went up approximately $63 per day.
what
So
did
now-
that get reduced to again? I'm sorry,
72,000.
72.
We just for reference, we use 2 places for the most part. We use Denton County Post and Grayson County Post. Denton County Post is now $225 per day. The average stay for a kiddo is, I would say, 7 to 9 months. So roughly $50,000 to place 1 juvenile in a facility. Last year, we placed 4 unique juveniles for periods of time during the fiscal year. So what I wanted to budget for was 3 complete placements for 3 juveniles coming up. We have a really active group of juveniles right now. And if I had a magic ball to look into the future, I think that we may very well be placing 3 kids within the next fiscal year easily.
What age group?
Well, we work with age group 10 to 17. Most of the kids we're dealing with right now are 13 and 14 years old. They're a little bit younger than normal, and like I said, we haven't seen this active a bunch in a while, so we're kind of anticipating that the next fiscal year may continue once school starts back up.
That's what I meant. What?
Right, 13, 14-year-olds, well within our age group. I have $160,000 that I listed in detention systems. We own 20% of the Cooke, Fan, and Grayson County Juvenile Detention Center. That's such a big blessing to us because there's a huge detention bed shortage across the state right now. There are counties who are traveling 2 and 3 and 4 hours to transport a kid one way. And that's after they call 4 or 5 facilities to even find a bed. So I cannot say enough how fortunate we are to have that facility 30 miles down the road, and that we can place a kid anytime that we need to, because we do own 20% of it. So, then I have $2,300 in miscellaneous. We've in the past used that for, mostly for an ankle monitoring company that we use when we have to put one of our juveniles on an electronic monitor. That's where that has come from. Occasionally, if I go over a medical and dental, we may shift some of that up to there, depending on how many kiddos that we place. That's about it.
A couple of quick questions. Do we still use facility over at Grayson?
So the Cooke, Fan, and Grayson County Detention Center is our pre-adjudication that we own 20%.
Okay.
The Grayson County Post-Adjudication Facility is their secure post unit, and we do utilize that unit for placing kids long-term, but we don't own a part of the post unit.
How long have we owned a part of
The pre, I could not tell you the year, but as long as I've been here, so 20 some odd years at least,
Okay.
we've been co-owners in that.
One more question. Do we have anything to do at all with the state school out here?
No.
None whatsoever?
No, they're under the umbrella of our Texas Juvenile Justice Department, but we're the field and they are the institution division. The only commonality we have is that once in a while when we do commit a juvenile, they may end up out at the Gainesville State School, but that has nothing to do with us.
Okay.
And you have your other one.
Tony, Tony, before, are you about to move on? I'm sorry. Line 487,
I'm sorry?
line 487,
Yes.
did it stay 160? I'm
Yes.
sorry, it stayed
Yes.
160?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
Which one?
Your version.
Oh. I did bring it. That's, are you talking about the 022? Yes. So, on the 022, the 022 page, I have 1854 budgeted for computer expense, 7,650 for miscellaneous, and then $34,496 on contingency.
And you bought computers out of there before, what else? Have we paid for, like, a stay or something out of that money when you had the money in general? I forget.
Possibly, I can't remember what we
I think maybe you paid your Noble out of there before.
I think we paid for Noble before they started giving us the funds for that. That's just kind of it's not a fund that we really work with too much throughout the year until we need it.
Is that general fund monies or something from the state?
Well, it's the fine money and the interest she earns off her state money. So that's her. Oh, that's her other money. not, it doesn't go to general fund.
This is what we look at when we think we're gonna run out of money to place kids towards the end of the fiscal year.
You might want to tell them about the, local budget match.
Oh, so, I don't know if you can explain it better than I can. TJJD or the state requires that the county participates with a certain bottom amount. The last time they said it was in 2006. I believe it was 159,000 some odd dollars at that
Something
point.
like that.
So at the board meeting on Friday, they have reset it to the fiscal year 2022 is now our base of what the county has to match if they want to, I guess, be partners with TJJD and for TJJD to continue to give us state money.
Which is now 321,000.
From 159 to 321.
Yes. It was inevitable. I mean, it was.
So the
going to
funding has gone from 300 from the state and 150 from us to 150 from the state and 300 from us, basically.
happen. It's flipped.
Yeah.
Okay, how's that, in reality, how's that going to impact us? So do we need, does it say
Well,
we have to spend $321,000 toward juvenile probation?
If we don't, then we write a check for the difference back to juvenile probation, state.
And so right now,
So if we
we're
only,
proposing this year at 356, so we're meeting our 321.
right, but if we gave her 315,000, we would write the state 8,000 or $6,000.
Yeah, the difference. Yeah, okay.
Right. I guess it's just so that the county can't at some point decide to not fund the juvenile probation departments. So, which we're very well funded from the county. You know, we can't tell from year to year how many kids that we're going to need to place. So it's just a guessing game at some point, but normally we have to hold back at some points and try a couple more things some years when we get close to running out. But I think overall, we're very well supported from the county and we always have been.
Any other questions for Tony?
Simple one.
Thank you, Tony. Appreciate it.
Tony, what about are you not gonna ask about the awning? I'm just curious.
No,
Was you not gonna ask about your awning or not?
Oh, I didn't know if I needed to
I don't know either, I was just curious.
bring it up or not.
Rick.
I did put in a request for some maintenance on the request for renovations, maintenance, and miscellaneous items. You want me to just read the?
well, did Rick?
Rick
mention that?
covered it
Rick
just a
touched on it a while
little bit.
ago.
Yeah, I think Rick's already touched on it, but
Okay, I just didn't know it was in there, just making sure.
But, I mean, he didn't explain why you wanted them.
you can,
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so
Yes, honey.
I just put, we would like to have our back door painted. It's got lots of rust at the bottom of it. It's just, doesn't look very good or professional. The building either power washed, clean, or painted. Not necessarily the whole building, but along the bottoms, it's dark where I guess the dirt has gotten up on it from when it rains. And then if we could add awnings to the front and back doorways, those doors get hot as the face of the sun. You could go out there this afternoon and touch that door and scald your hand or blister it up on it. So if we could get some kind of coverage over those doors, that would be great. It would be a big help to us. And then I also asked, if possible, if we can have a handrail added to our back steps. We have 2 or 3 steps that come down the back of our building. On a typical day, it's okay. When it's raining or it's been icy, none of us are super young over there anymore, so we would appreciate a handrail to help us get up and down at times. And it just seems like a smart thing, safety-wise, for us to do. That's all I have.
No decision's been made, but part of one of the visions that I have is the new bank building and some of the old buildings going to be one of the buildings that goes away.
I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, I said that with all the building moving we are going to do, it might be one of the buildings that goes away and gets you into
We hope not.
better You hope not?
We don't want our building to go away.
Really? Okay.
Correct. Yeah.
It's still a good functional building.
It's
right?
absolutely functional for
Yeah.
us, meets our needs very well. We're a bit unique in the things that we have to do and the confidentialities that we try to keep with our juveniles, so it suits our purposes very well for what we do. And when we've talked about, and I know that's not why we're here, we've
Right.
talked about it in the past, that's always an issue, as to how to keep our confidentiality and let us do what we need to do. Putting us into a multi-function building, it's challenging. So I will, as long as I'm here, always be on the side of keeping our little building. But I would like it spruced up a bit on the outside.
It's still a rule that you can't be in the same building with adult probation, isn't it?
It's not a rule. We
It's
can
not
be in
really?
the same building. It's just not, personally, it's not advisable.
Not
Okay.
ideal.
I would not suggest mingling juveniles and adults
Okay.
in that capacity.
Okay.
You know, I think that's ever been a consideration.
Yeah.
That's it.
Once again, thank you, Tony.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Oh, Pam, is there a break? Is this the morning schedule or is there a break in
Just
here?
a lunch break, and I told Chuck to come early because we're done with him, we go to lunch early.
Okay, where is the break?
Huh?
Where is the break?
After Chuck?
If you
Right
want.
after Chuck?
Right after Chuck, okay. Well, you did good.
I knew I wouldn't get an hour, so I told Chuck, get over here, we go to lunch early.
So library would be first thing at 1:30
Yeah,
then?
when we come back, we'll do the library.
Okay.
I mean, if y'all need to take it, break again.
Maybe.
You can eat all three.
Well, I dropped one of them on the ground, so I'm just gonna eat them all.
Get you a little snack. We won't have to go to lunch. We sit over and eat pigs and blanket.
It's been up since the crack of dawn working though, so.
Crack it on for him's about 8:30, Judge.
We had a road paved by 8:30 this morning.
Did you get a mile by 8:30?
Yeah.
Which road you paved?
Put a double coat on Burn City Road.
Oh, okay.
We were hustling.
Are we ready for Chuck?
As soon as we're all ready. All right, Constable 2, would you like to get up and
Well, my schedule has changed so many times. I thought I'd better get over before you change it again.
yeah, we started to eliminate you.
Pardon me?
Started to eliminate you, that could have,
It just making that car move fast enough to get back.
yeah, okay. Go.
I know you're wanting to ask me some questions, and I will tell you no lies.
Well, just, do you have your printout? Just, do you want to present to us?
The only thing that I'm really asking for this time is, it's the same old story. The vehicle, it's getting old, needs some more work, and if I keep it, I'm going to need probably another $1,500, $2,000 to get some work done to it. All the ball joints and the shocks are gone.
Okay.
They need, it's like being a jumping bean contest when I hit some of these county roads.
So that's all,
Not pointing to any direction.
It's gotta be precinct one.
right. So that's all,
I didn't, all of them.
that's all you want, is just something to do with your vehicle then?
Vehicle and, whatever I had last year was fine with me. I'm not going to complain. I would like to have an extra $100 for for dues. I
Yeah.
would like to be a member of an organization that requires money. Other than that, gentlemen, I'm at your mercy. Whatever y'all want to do is fine with me. If you've got, if there is a good used vehicle in the county that somebody's willing to give up, I would be more than glad to consider taking it. Because it's either spending more money on this old, I've got about 180,000 miles on this vehicle now. And it's starting to show its age.
All right, anybody have any questions for the constable?
When you got your quote for your vehicle, did you include new graphics?
I'm sorry,
When you got the quote for your vehicle, did you include new graphics?
graphics? No, I haven't given you a price on anything, so I don't know if I do get another car, I will know graphics, and it's going to be about $1,500. The last one was just a little over $1,000, and since then, prices have gone up. So, and y'all know that. Y'all having to buy dirt and gravel and all that stuff. It goes up.
What about your salary increase?
Salary
about-
increase?
Your requested salary increase?
Who doesn't want a salary increase? I'm just, the only thing I can base it on is a new recruit right out of the academy. And I've been in law enforcement for 40 years, and I think that I probably should be on equal status with a new recruit from the academy. Not that I'm begging for it, it's just that I think that it would only be appropriate.
Okay.
I'm independently wealthy, folks, if you didn't know that. I have more money than I can spend.
Okay, before we go any farther with that, anybody else have any questions? I guess not.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
All right. Do I hear a motion that we adjourn for lunch?
Shelley, I don't know if we do that or not, because we only have one adjourn, we're just taking a lunch, right?
And
Let's go breaking for lunch. We don't-
just a break for lunch, okay,
We
and
don't need to vote to
then,
adjourn, right, Shelley?
then reconvene.
Shelley's ignoring me.
She's focused on something.
What?
We do not need to adjourn for lunch, or vote to adjourn for lunch. We don't have that on the agenda.
Just take a break.
We
Just take a break for lunch and then reconvene when we come back at 1:30.
It's the same difference.
We don't-
Well, we're not
we don't need
adjourning,
to
we're
vote.
just,
We
Just taking a break.
yes. If you adjourn, then you're closing it.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's what he was trying to do. I didn't want to do that.
All right. All right then, well, let's take a break until 1:30. 6:34, and we'll continue discussion. Mr. Hollowell, what is it you want to discuss in particular?
What I do is I go back to everything we discussed yesterday and get some idea of whether you're gonna support each one of them requests. I mean, you're gonna do that now, you're gonna do it Thursday, you're gonna do it
Well,
Wednesday.
lead off.
I made notes on everybody we've talked to so far. On their stuff that's out of whack.
Crap.
So on the spreadsheet I did for y'all, on the summary page at the top, I left off the boiler. Well, I think I put the boiler, but I put the AC unit price. So we need to change that AC unit to 36.5 and add one more AC unit, so that ups the total request to $3,330,426.
Good. And you emailed us that?
Yeah. I didn't have my big book at home when I put this together. I mean, if we get a co-op AC vendor for Rick, it won't be anybody local. But if they could do all the units at once, then he can still use his local people for maintenance or whatever. If he farms this out to 3 or 4 different locals, then he can't use them because he's already at 48 in maintenance.
Right. Just do it as one
One
big
One
contract.
One job. Okay.
And then the locals can handle all the maintenance all summer long.
That might be cheaper too. Do them all
Yeah,
at
because
one
then
time.
you're getting co-op prices.
Well, let me just ask this question. The kind of maintenance that they normally do to those kind of units, can our people do that? Or
They're
does
not.
it take specialists to do that?
You have to be certified.
You gotta have license.
Right, okay.
In the future, I think we need a retired AC guy or retired plumber on our staff.
Hey, we could even put in a oil change shop. I mean, I don't know what we spend on oil changes countywide. I mean, we do most of ours ourselves, you know, but just like the fleet, I mean, if you look at the EMS side and all the sheriff's cars, I mean, what's that cost? Well, can we have a facility?
But then you run into TCEQ regulations on how to dispose and,
We do all that now. We have a company that comes out and picks it up every 2 years. Which it would be more,
we don't have a maintenance facility.
yeah.
I know your air conditioner at home just went out recently, so did ours too, okay? So did ours last weekend, okay? It just so happens there's a local, well, Betty's son-in-law works for Seeger, and they were able to change their schedule around. He came and there's very limited little amounts of Freon left here and there.
Well,
And ours
yeah,
is a
because
Freon unit.
R22 units, they don't sell R22 anymore.
Right,
And both ours had R22.
yeah. So, but the point is, within 2 hours, he had his conditioner fixed, which would have taken, I'm sure, days if we tried to get somebody else to come in and work on that.
That was awful nice of them.
So if we do something like that, I agree, we need to maybe have somebody in mind, or even better, somebody that is qualified to do that kind of work on the maintenance staff. But neither here nor there. We'll find that probably.
Have to pay that part.
Do what?
It's gonna cost.
Well, of course it is. Either way, it's gonna,
No, it does.
either way. Okay, our very first person yesterday was Constable Precinct 1, Mr. Hollowell. What do you want to do?
We started court at law, Judge?
Do what? Oh, I'm sorry, court at
Did
law.
y'all do court at law?
My mistake, court at law.
I thought you said are we recording? I can't hear.
I didn't, I personally noted the changes for
Yep.
court at law, the 1640 to 1810, and the no bond, and I didn't see any action to take on the court at law.
You didn't see any action to take on what?
Court at law,
Court at law, okay. So leave that as it is, 17,348.
yeah. But why is, no, where's his salary should be reflected in there
Well,
somewhere.
I haven't put salaries in yet because y'all haven't said
Yeah,
whatever
so-
for a raise, so.
Yeah,
Um,
but in okay, I'm sorry. But, so the audience doesn't think it's 17,000, it's 17,000 plus at least
Plus at least, yeah.
191,419.
Other than salaries,
Yeah.
retirement, and all of that sort of thing.
And that'll be the case for most of them, I would guess.
And I think that's gonna have to stay the same too. Does, visiting judge, do you know what that is, Shelley?
The what?
Visiting judge, do they use,
The
He has
state
to
pays,
be-
or the,
Absent or vacation or,
the local administrative district pays for that. Visiting
Okay.
judge.
I'm sorry,
The local administrative district pays for the district judge.
okay.
Visiting judge.
This is visiting judge.
Visiting district judge.
Yeah. Court at law's got $6,000 for visiting judge. And
That's county court at law, that's county.
Right, right.
District court, the state pays for that.
Okay. But my point is, if we're doing county court at law first here, he's got $6,000 for visiting judge here. I just wondered what that,
That's his budget every year, there's no change in that.
okay.
if he had to recuse himself, Judge, for something, or he's sick or something of that nature.
Yeah, but this just started evidently,
No.
what, in '22?
No, Judge Woodlock filled in for him 1 year, for
Okay.
several weeks, he had something.
Okay. It just
Come on.
wasn't reflected in the budget here.
I'm not following it.
Oh, okay, on our sheet here.
It should be there.
It doesn't, Shelley, it shows just it started in the last 2 or 3 years.
It shows that in,
Well, he doesn't use it every year.
okay,
In
I mean,
19, he used it.
used $383.76 in
Right.
'22 and $3,179 so far this year.
Because see, Judge, that's only showing actual in those previous years. It's not showing any, it's not showing what was budgeted for those years. So he
Right.
just didn't spend any money. He didn't use a visiting judge. That's the reason you're seeing those zeros out across there and looks like it just now started
Okay.
happening.
Yeah, it's been, he's had a budget and has used it since I've been here.
okay. Answers my question.
Sorry, I wasn't,
That's all right,
I'm
that's
a little
okay.
slow.
No. Okay, county court law, technology and everything else. Did you have any problem with anything on that sheet? You said no action?
That's me.
Across the board?
That's one guy.
Okay,
I mean, but we're gonna make decisions now, make them later, but, I mean,
did you have anything on
Not
court of
on
law?
that one, that one's pretty easy.
All right. Either one of you guys have anything on court of law?
Looks pretty good.
All right. It's fine by me. All right, court of law stands. Constable Precinct 1 now.
His first line item he requests is a raise. My personal opinion, if, short of these raises right now, that's gonna be funded by grant money.
That,
I don't think that,
I don't know.
No, I know he does, they don't work traffic, so they don't qualify for the Senate Bill 22.
Right.
So where I'm headed with that is if nobody else gets raises, constables don't get raises.
Well,
And they are making a little above what counties our size are making, seems like.
did y'all get the full page,
Of where they fit in with everybody else.
yeah, but I redid it. Did y'all get the full page in your scan?
yeah, I think they're claiming that,
should be in there.
Yeah, it was in the book. So, for the constables for the counties our size, and I only considered the ones that receive, that has a vehicle furnished, that they're not paid for driving their own vehicle. So that's 18 counties. And of the salaries that are listed, and this is FY 22s, because 23 hadn't come out yet. The average salary is $36,543.16.
And ours are getting 49, is that their base, 48 or 49? Currently?
It's 50 something.
Is it, so far exceeds what's, and I'm not, I mean, these guys, both of them have a lot of years, but, of experience, but, it's just not,
And,
Not this.
I mean, I have to look in August if you want to see it. If not, it's online. It's TAC 2022 salary survey,
what'd you just say it was for our size average?
36.
36.
543.16.
Average counties our size with vehicles.
There's a 29 counties altogether, but I only took 18 because the 18 have the vehicle furnished.
Right.
So I didn't count all of them.
Yeah, but average counties our size with vehicle furnished.
It's 36.5.
Okay. Anybody got any issues with the no increase in salaries? Okay. The next thing, the ammunition budget, he went from 350 to 550. I took his numbers and his plans. You take 9mm ammo at $20 a box. You give them all about you buy 6 boxes, that's $120. 223 ammo is something less than $20. He needs 30 rounds to qualify and 30 to practice with, I guess, if he wanted to. That'd be 60 rounds, 3 boxes at about $60. And then, so where's that, 180? So then if he wants to go qualify with some additional weapons, I just think both of them are, well, and Chuck's got 500 in his, I noticed, for just one person. So I personally would cut that back to, you might give him a little, go to 400, but at $50 a box, that's 17 boxes. I think 350 was good, personal opinion.
Well, so far he's spent $146.75
Yeah, but- and-
this year.
And last year he spent $349.20, stayed just under 350.
What is the deal with 3 reserve deputies?
He has 2.
2. I thought it said 3.
Joe Stout
Mark
and
has
Darla Barr.
Yeah,
Who are they?
Joe Stout and Darla Bar.
And guys, I have no problem with reserves in that the only thing it would cost us would be a box of shells to qualify each one of them. That's cheap, part-time help, so I don't have any issues with that.
I don't either, I just.
But I mean, if all of them qualified with one weapon, you're talking $60. And then everything else is practice or plinking or staying efficient.
I think that in the grand scheme of things, $400 or $500 for ammo is just, pennies in the grand scheme of things. I'm definitely against the car this year.
Yeah, but I mean, it just, is it what we need or is it what we want? Whether it's $300 or $3,000.
Well, I understand.
You know, I mean, if it didn't all add up over the number of, I mean, anyway. Shelley needs a number to put in there.
Thoughts down the way.
The reserves qualify, he furnishes ammo for the reserves.
They should earn some, at least a box of ammo to qualify. You know, and even if you furnish them a box to qualify and a box to carry, you know, that's $40, that's $120. So,
How does this budget compare to the one we just heard?
Chuck's got 500 in his.
Do what?
Chuck wasn't adamant about anything. He was very realistic. He said, you know,
He was.
but he was showing 500 for one person, and
Yeah.
there's no way one person needs $500 in ammo.
I think we said it at, I mean, he didn't go but 350 that year, and he's at 146. If he did it again, that'd be 300. Just set it at 450, $500 and go on.
I guess my point
I don't think
is.
he's gonna get there.
We need to, I think, probably need to make sure they're relatively even in what we do here.
I would, yeah, Mark would need a little more since he's got the reserve deputies.
Of course, that's his choice, but.
Well, right, but I mean,
That's cheap investment. I'm just saying, if you
Yeah.
just look at real numbers and what it costs
But
and what the
rather than
requirement
giving
are.
one
Yeah.
$50,000 more than the other, or a vehicle or something like that, well, that
Yep.
doesn't work very well.
Go give them $450 each,
Do what?
but go give them $450 each in ammo, but again, that's a.
Well, I'm talking overall.
Yeah,
here.
well, and they will be when we get done, I would guess. So now we get down to the vehicle. The precinct 1 vehicle, it's a 2006, I think, but it's got 86,000 miles on it. It's a pristine
I
2006.
thought 186.
No, Chuck's got 186.
Oh, you're on precinct 1.
Yeah, we're on precinct 1.
Yeah, that Crown Vic's nice.
It's got 86,000 miles
That's
on
less
it.
than my truck's got.
Yeah, and we asking our deputies out here on the street getting in pursuits to run them up over 100,000, those Tahoes and stuff. I personally just don't, and I don't see a vehicle.
Well, I don't need, here's, I think what especially precinct, or 1 is talking about, is that we plan to do a lot more, ticket writing, being out in the county, and he even said that, I believe, being out in the county and law enforcement and that sort of thing. That's, I think, what they're,
But I got one asking for a new car and one saying, hey, I'll take a used one.
right.
So,
But that's,
yeah.
at one point in time, they were very similar in what they were asking for. I think reality has set in since,
I say no to a car.
oh, I agree with that.
I think we said it, presidents with new cars, dude, because it wasn't that many years ago that constables just drove their own car. But,
That's right.
when we bump 50, we're gonna have to have 2 more constables, and that's 4 cars you have to buy every few years. I think even if we make a plan where the sheriffs pass down cars a little sooner to them, you know.
Well, or maybe the sheriff passed down CID cars that hadn't had the wear and tear of the patrol. So we can discuss this some more, but it looks like to move along, Shelley, we're saying no increase in pay unless everybody gets one, so we're saying $450 for ammunition, and we're saying no new vehicle at this point in time.
Yeah, does that rule out picking up something from the sheriff's office or?
No,
anything
just
like
not a,
that? Just
not
a new vehicle.
not a $50,000 increase.
Not a new,
Yeah, sorry.
new vehicle with interceptor package.
Yeah, nothing, yeah. I mean, and all I'm doing, guys, is I'm certainly not trying to run this show, I'm just trying to move us along.
Oh, yeah, no,
I mean,
No, that's fine.
I can sure, I'll take a back seat, but I was here about 6 o'clock this morning rehashing what we did the first day to try to hopefully help us move on. To JP2, is that where we are?
Yeah.
I think, I'm just going in order.
Do what?
JP2, is that in order?
Yes.
Yep.
I saw his conference expense, looks like we're going from the most $1,600 back 6 years ago to 2,000. I don't know that that's a real issue. If they actually go, if they don't spend it, then it won't be spent. I mean, what was the, and it looks like the proposed budget for books is 500.
It was 900.
No, proposed is 500. And it went from the most they've ever spent, and it was back 3 years ago, was
sessions
458. So, I'm okay with the 500 in books. In other words, very little change in this one that I see.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, I mean, I didn't see anything in technology funds. I'm good with, you know, Shelley, I think you and the judge ultimately, y'all put these proposed numbers in here. I think we support the proposed numbers for JP2.
Yeah, I think that, I mean,
That's
there
reasonable.
wasn't any changes.
What, you good? I need to change something, I missed something?
$20 more than it was last year.
Yeah. That takes us to JP1. I personally thought that Judge Henry done an outstanding job and provided us a ton of information to justify an additional employee. He gave us numbers, he gave us workload. And I will say something that's not popular, but rather than increase people numbers, I would actually transfer an administrative assistant from precinct 2 to precinct 1. Transfer the funding for that one administrative assistant. And just as an example, I take citations, for instance, as part of the workload, and that's just a small part of the list, but precinct 1, JP handled 1,533 citations from the numbers I seem to be able to collect, and precinct 2 handled 436. That's 4 times. And I simply think that we transition an administrative assistant from precinct 2 to precinct 1. And just transfer the funding.
So that would leave JP2 with 2 employees. And I have to disagree with that. I think he's good where he is. With 3 employees, pick up an extra one for JP1, which gives him what, 5, 4?
I think it gives him
Jody.
4.
4.
But there's so much, appears to be so much more workload if you look at the statistics and stuff going on in precinct 1. And we added one to precinct 2, 2 years ago, Jason?
2 years ago.
With some commitments.
Yeah, but you just lost one in precinct 1. The one that they just picked up is a replacement for the one they just lost.
Right, but we gave them one 2 years ago,
Yeah.
in anticipation that we would see some changes in work hours, opening and closing and stuff of that nature, that I don't know what we necessarily accomplished when we added that one to the office.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm in agreement with that, but it's really weird, like, the workloads used to be more even. And we put the extra employee over there, and then the tickets are just going completely lopsided. I don't know what's going on.
I think a lot of us shoot 35, they're not on
Probably
35.
so.
But, I mean, you can't expect the
82.
troopers to be out there in a construction, so that's some of it.
Yeah, but they pick and choose, the troopers pick and choose what office they put it in,
Well, true, too.
you know. And,
Believe it or not, they're not supposed to, though.
well, I can't fix that.
No, I understand,
But you just look at what, I mean, we talked about payment plans and stuff of that nature. You look at evictions, I mean, the information Jody provided us, there was meat in that we could point to and say, here's workload, okay? I'm not seeing that from the other court. And I'm not dissing anybody, I'm just saying, set all the personalities aside and look at workload.
Okay, but when you start manning an office just by tickets, which is what you seem to be doing here, you're wrong, because there's so many other things to consider. There's court cases, there's magistrations, there's inquests, there's so many other things that require a staff. So that's why I think we're probably where we need to be now with 3 and 4.
I don't disagree at all that there's so much more going on, but I can see cases filed in precinct 1. I mean, they're presenting us with supporting stats to support a position, okay? And why they're needing more people. I think probably the 2 courts operate differently. I think that's any 2 JP courts, but this points to productivity. And we never get anything like this from the precinct 2 court.
But that doesn't mean he's not busy. I mean,
My fear is it's got, now he's down to one experience, one person that's been there 6 or 7 months, and one that's brand new. That would be my fear, is leaving them not necessarily understaffed, but underexperienced.
I said it wouldn't be popular.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
it's
I
a
understand
business
what you're saying.
decision.
I
I
get
mean,
that.
it's, well,
Yeah.
The
we either
revenue brought
get
in
it.
by JP2 is so far this year is 61,288, and the revenue brought in by JP1 is 187,103.
I mean, that's real numbers, three times the
I
productivity.
understand, but that's one facet of the JP office.
But when it comes to revenues, that's apples and apples. One's doing 60,000, one's doing
I
180.
understand, and that's an extra person maybe, who knows? But what I'm saying is, I'm sure they both do approximately the same number of inquests. They both do approximately the same number of small claims, civil, and magistration, certainly. They share all that. So,
What do you know about being a JP?
well, let me think, not much. It's been so long.
Like I said,
For the camera, I'm teasing. Our
Yeah.
former JP here. That's a decision I'd like to make down the end of the road to see where we're at with all the asks across all departments. But
I don't
understand
see taking anybody away from anybody right now. I just.
I mean, I get it, that's a tough decision, but I can see it based on the numbers, I understand why he's suggesting it, but, That's a tough one.
We can see it, but the question is, as the stewards of the tax dollar, do we want to do anything about it?
I mean, no, I understand. I get both sides of this. That's why I say, you know, that's one I'll leave to the end of the deal when I see what all has.
Yeah, but
I understand your
yeah,
position,
I'm
Judge.
I think we need to stay where we are right now.
Yeah.
3 and 4.
We can keep on going down the list with
That's
that.
right.
Just need to flag that one. Any thoughts down there?
I feel Jody needs the help.
Well, I
Oh, yeah,
Jody needs help.
I think Jody needs an extra person, there's no
Can we not
doubt.
ask Carol to produce the same type of sheet for us?
Yeah, well, he has, this budget's not final till September. If he could come up with numbers like this to justify, then, if he can't, then if the numbers aren't there, the numbers aren't there.
Well, but once again, you're talking numbers, you're talking about revenue, you're talking about tickets, okay? That's one area of that job there. I suspect they both do the same number of inquests, for instance.
He's talking about this whole spreadsheet Jody did with
Right?
bench trials, payment plan, show cause hearing, juvenile hearings, everything they do.
Right.
He's
Plus
asking Jake
revenues.
to do this.
The revenues,
No, he's got the number of cases on here.
yeah, I know, but also in the revenues, I mean, it's,
But different ones, different cases are gonna be different numbers as far as revenue. They're not all exactly the same.
oh, and I don't disagree with you at all, Adam, but when it says just citations sample, it's 4 to 1, and in revenues, it's 3 to 1,
I agree with what you're saying, but,
you know.
you know,
So,
Jody
so
might-
what do we base any kind of employment numbers on, or any funding that we do? Just, hey, I feel, I think, I want, you know, or do you actually look at numbers and do the math?
Well, we can relate that to another deal. We'll get to that here in a little while.
Yeah, and so,
And I agree with you, but I'm saying if Judge Carroll can bring us some numbers like these, that say, well, here's what my caseload is, I'm not really, I mean, I can't really say, I agree with the fines and the cost, but if that caseload is still there, they might be pending, and, I mean, there's a lot of work in that. I'm saying I've never been in there. Well, I've paid a ticket or two, but what I'm saying is there could be a load there that we don't really see reflected.
and if he could produce this, then that will certainly make it interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing I'd like more than him to be able to produce something like this. But, okay,
I'm just saying we need to stay right where we are for right now. Jody needs an extra, and Carol needs to keep with the 3 he's got.
so,
And that's
that's one we haven't reached a resolution on. I guess is what we say at this point. Okay? And then we get to fire marshal and fire departments.
Emergency management.
Yeah, emergency management, okay. Let me digress. Emergency management, what I saw in emergency management is initially contract services was 0, looks like there's a $186 change there.
$18,600.
But didn't you say we wasn't gonna do that?
Yeah, because if we get the grant, I'll budget
Takes
it.
care of it.
I'll budget it at that time.
Yeah, so she budgeted right now, or proposed $1,000. Oops, I'm sorry. Where'd I get 186 in contract
I got
services?
It's
$186.
$18,600. Is it
It's
wrong
there's a
on,
few
There's a
zeros
misprint.
missing on there.
it's wrong on the form?
Yep.
But I thought you said that yesterday, just what you said just now, so it's a net 0, right? I mean, you're gonna put the 18.6 in there in anticipation, we get the grant, we spend the money, and get reimbursed, right?
I'm not gonna put it in right now,
So it won't be in the numbers.
no. Right,
Okay, so do we 0 that?
yes.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, okay. Everybody got that, everybody know where we're at? we're in line item 306 on emergency management, where it says $186.
And you're saying zero that?
Yeah, ultimately, and there's a potential I'm hearing to get $18,600, and she will budget it if we get that grant. With me? Okay?
Well, and ultimately, if he does get the grant and he does hire somebody, it'll come out of extra help, it's not contract services. because
Anyway. Okay. So,
We will be directing, they will be working in our premises and we will be directing them to work, so then they become an employee and
Is that like his summer help that he used to get from time to time?
that was interns, wasn't it, Judge?
That was what I was thinking.
And
So
I-
what is
He would pay somebody to go out and take picture, this would be for the safe room grant, and he'd pay somebody to go out and take pictures and make sure it got installed and take a
Okay.
picture of the serial number, all the documents that we have to send in for the grant.
Okay.
I didn't see anything else on this now until we got to the mitigation grant expenses, and there was 100,000 requested and 0 proposed. Is that
Same
because?
difference.
Same difference. You'll budget it if we get the money. So, under proposed, under 24, it should say 0.
Where you at?
I am
Four
on.
oh seven, 476.
Okay.
Okay, so,
So under radio and communications, is that for the pager repairs or what's that for?
Yes, well, it's 5 pages per department for this year.
So that might change if we do go one way or the other too.
yeah, and we don't know the answer to that, so we just have to flag it if we want to come back to it. But other than that, excuse me, I don't see any issues on emergency management. Anybody else?
Not at this time, I don't.
So that takes us to, the fire marshal.
But you're right. That might change.
Shelley, then we go down to 471 on firefighters. And that says page.
Well, let me look.
See, and that's where I thought that we just spent the money out of to buy the new pagers.
Okay, back in emergency management, the radio communications
Is that our,
17,252 for code red and 5,000 for tower repair.
17,250?
He's got, I read his handwriting, 17,253
Okay,
and 5,000 for tower repair. So he just rounded it up to 25.
okay. And I wonder, where are you putting, money for like filling the propane tanks for these tower
That's
sites?
in Rick's budget.
Rick.
That's in Rick's.
Under gas.
Okay, so, but it's out there.
Yeah.
Okay, and right now, we've not had any subscription fees, but should they start charging us subscription fees, do they need to come out of emergency management?
That would come out of, that's come out of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so, but you're gonna put it somewhere? I mean, not let us forget it, so to speak.
If we weren't being taped, I would tell you.
You might as well. Okay, and the leases, tower leases?
Non-departmental.
Okay, I just don't want us to forget them, okay? Okay. Okay, so we good now on emergency management under radio communications? As to what?
Stayed at the 25, right?
Stayed at 25, but it's not for pagers, okay?
It's for code red, the system that calls, the employees and/or different sections of the county that say, take cover or whatever, if they sign up for that.
Mercy man.
It's
Yeah.
a computer program that phones.
Have you even signed up? You got
$800.
for Code Red?
That radio.
When you did your new, I'm not an employee paperwork, you probably signed up for Code Red at that time.
Like if we close for an ice storm, you'll get a phone call.
Yeah.
And did you do that or the judge's office do that?
There we go.
Ray. Oh, make a
Yes.
phone call or interim?
Interim.
Oh.
So that'll be Chelsea,
What's that?
but you initiated. That puts people into Code Red. She puts so people get calls. Okay, back on fire marshal. The highlight there, I guess, well, let me let you dive into that one, Adam, and you can share with us your thoughts and concerns.
On the,
We're on fire marshal.
okay, so we don't have, there's no pager deal in there, is there?
Yeah, there's pagers, 471,
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
and
But
23.
we don't have nothing in there, so.
No value in there.
Because we bought, like I said, we just bought pagers, so.
I mean, I'm just saying if we do if we look at the upgrade, we shouldn't need pagers unless you get one lost or broke or burned. I mean, I think that could be probably pretty minimal, but until we know that, that's gonna be hard to plug that in.
Don't disagree. So
And-
that right now, we have a couple of things unresolved, the pagers and the position, right? What else you see?
Well, I think too, we need to talk about maybe, do you wanna start talking about we really need to know what we're gonna have available, I guess.
I'll say that again, I'm sorry.
I think we're gonna need to know where our numbers are before we can start talking about the amounts that we can give the fire department.
You know, just a thought on we've got such a wide range of, for instance, ERA didn't even, has such a successful money raisers, and other departments are talking about not having any at all. So
I don't think that's what they meant.
they've
They've cut back, they're not gonna have, not at all, they have to do fundraisers, there's no way to get around that.
Well, I hope that's not what I heard.
Because they were cutting their fireworks out because it wasn't making enough money.
The profitability.
What he said was fundraisers was a big headache.
Yeah.
And they are.
Fundraisers are a big headache, but that's exactly what he said, they're a big headache. But I don't know, I mean, I get where the judge could infer from that.
Yeah, I get where you said it, that's, he just said they're a headache, and the less time they can spend fundraising, the better.
Okay, now don't get me wrong, I think all the fire departments need as much as we can give them, okay?
Right.
They're the backbone of our county, really. Stop and think about it. And I don't want to discourage someone who would volunteer to go out and do the things they do from going out and doing the things they do. So I think we ought to give firefighters everything, not everything they ask for, but everything we can within reason.
So,
But there might be a disparity in which ones we give more to and which ones we give less to.
I think we need to stay level across, but then do it on the call volume like we've started in the past.
Okay,
Because every department's got insurance, every department's got
yeah.
needs. So, I mean, I think we ought to keep that level, but the run call volume helps with your fuel, your damage to your tire or whatever. I mean, that happens.
Catlettsburg yesterday was saying do away with the run call. I think we keep the call volume, or the run call.
I put in 17,000 per department and $10 per run.
So,
$10 for what?
Per run.
it was $490?
No, it was $250 per 50.
Okay, because I don't know, where'd he get $490 per run yesterday?
He might,
Or five.
his,
They had 560 runs last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Callisburg did.
And he said at $4.90, so.
And that was, What they
Based
got
on the
this year.
250 for 50 runs.
They got 2750 for 560 calls.
yeah, so that's where he divided that out, got the 490 per run.
All right, so
maybe
give me
that's
what you
what you do
did
is
on
in
this
call.
again.
I did 17,000 per department, that's up
Give
from
everybody the same across the board, but give them more.
They bump it up.
Them that do more,
Yeah.
give them.
And that's what the run costs do for you.
Yep.
Okay, 17,
17,000 per department, up from 14,500. And I did $10 a run based on the numbers that I was provided, which is 22s. And there was 2,637 runs.
total.
Did they ask for 20,000 a department or?
25.
25.
25, okay.
So they got $1,500 increase this year, so I'm giving them, suggesting, let me rephrase that,
Okay.
2,500.
And I think that'd be a good
And
start.
$10
See where
a
we're at.
run.
Yeah.
So the number that y'all have in there, 176,810, is the 17,000, plus the $10 run money.
So right now, the unresolved part of this is simply the pagers we don't have an answer to.
Right.
And depending on what our expense looked like at the end versus our revenues as to whether we would increase it above over 17,000 per department.
And I did not include Gainesville.
Yeah, and I personally agree with that. If we need to go renegotiate our interlocal and talk about ambulances and prisoner housing and stuff of that nature, then we can go talk about fire departments.
You know, I'm different than that.
I get it, but
And here's why, because
We have an
Gainesville,
interlocal agreement, or we did when I first came here, that said, we'll do for you if you do for us, and
right,
and they didn't approach it from that angle. They just come off and made a request for fire departments.
yeah. I mean, I ain't saying we do the 34, but I mean,
Yeah. Well, and we could talk about the ambulances and how they're all the same taxpayers and stuff of
They
that
are.
nature, but if they really want to fund ambulances, we can give it to them, or give them a portion of it and let the cities take care of their own.
well,
Because there's a huge, I
It's
mean,
a-
you know, where do you run most of your runs?
sure, but them folks here in Gainesville pay county taxes also.
They pay
county
a,
taxes are for roads and jail and court system, basically.
yeah, which is about it. Our court system, what do we spend on our court system? Just about 80% of our entire budget goes toward criminal
If you-
justice, because you got to count 2/3 of the employees at the courthouse.
Yeah, if you're looking at it that way, it's,
I mean, that's what they're here.
Yeah.
I mean, the district clerk, county clerk, they're supporting the criminal justice system, so probably 80%.
sheriff's office,
Yeah.
DPS.
That might be a little high, but it ain't a whole lot less than 80% of everything we do goes to fund criminal justice in some fashion. Okay, moving right along to the only thing we have left, I think, is the hot funds. And for some, I never did get Munster squared away yesterday. It was 34 plus some, which what it ended up with Munster Chamber.
They had two separate,
So it was 34 on one line.
it
No,
was 40,
for the 2043, it's 21,600 per event.
But all on one line on 318.
That is for,
That's 43,000 on that one line, is what I'm
Yes.
saying.
yeah,
Y'all with
Two
me?
events, Oktoberfest and German.
But under line 318, $43,000 to Munster. Then 69, I don't show anything for downtown development. Did we hear them yesterday?
no, that's Johnny
They
Lefowitz.
got moved till Wednesday at
Okay.
11:15 because he wasn't able to be here.
69.7 for Butterfield Stage. 100 for the Cooke County Fair Association. 79
They haven't been here yet.
Heritage, they hadn't been here. Okay, so I didn't dream that. Okay. And then, the chamber asked us for the 7,000. We don't show anything proposed there. Do we lead toward giving them $7,000?
Say again,
The Chamber of Commerce
yeah,
requested $7,000.
Gainesville, you might want to qualify that.
Yeah, Gainesville Chamber requested $7,000, okay? And that is to fund, I think, the mural out here. And I don't know what else, but are we leaning toward giving them $7,000 out of hot fund monies?
Well, does it qualify for hot fund money? That's the question I've always had.
Well, I was concerned about that until they stood there and said, hey, what we're gonna do is actually host some type of art type thing to go review the murals and stuff of that nature and bring folks to town. And there's folks that art's big. And so for the amount of money that they're asking for, this is one of those deals, because if it was general fund dollars, I'd have a whole different position. But being as it's hot funds and it's not a lot of money, I think we give them $7,000.
Small size.
What do y'all want me to write in?
I'm good with that.
Go for it.
What did you just say?
I said, would you please add $7,000 on your list?
Do what?
So, back to the Munster Chamber, what was their ask? Was it, I heard the 43,
242,000.
that's what, okay.
She wanted
Okay,
43, so
99,000 for 2 billboards each.
Okay, that's what I thought.
it went to 43, be happy.
It went to 43?
From 200, it went to 43, be happy.
That's what I thought.
Was that both of them?
Do what?
Was that the Heritage too?
No.
And then explain to me what, is the Heritage, the new building down there, is that what they call that?
Yes.
Very job.
And they wanted 200,000.
Is that correct?
But the Heritage Society, 487, is that the building?
The what?
The Heritage Society,
That is Martin Museum.
Yeah, that's different.
yeah, okay,
So Heritage Park is not on here.
yeah. She showed up and presented, but they, somewhere I'd seen one that asked for 200,000.
That's Heritage Park in Munster.
See, it's not on our, it's not on line item.
Well, but I saw one of her, I've had too many, that's what I done this morning, come in and throw a bunch of junk away so I could sort the.
It doesn't have a number, it was added, but I don't know.
And we didn't agree yesterday to do anything there. We didn't, so,
I thought their request was 100,000.
they requested 200,000.
Melinda request 200 or 100? I thought she wanted to build that building.
The restroom, yeah.
Yeah, the restroom.
I think it was 200.
200?
It
I
was
think that's what the,
While she's looking,
that's what the total cost was presented.
while she's looking at that, Medal of Honor host city, did we want to entertain that $50,000? They asked for 70, but did we, and right now, is there a question about receipts and stuff, Shelley, that we can't help them, or? In other words, they have to have something built and show you
They have to
product.
turn in receipts for what they're using the money for, and if they're just gonna sock this away to use it to build something later.
But we
That's the criteria of,
bringing people in, all that.
Right.
But if we earmark them 50,000, we put it aside, so to speak, and they don't turn in receipts, they don't get the draw.
well, I didn't,
Could we do it that way? Let me rephrase that.
you could, most of them do ask for reimbursement, some have asked for money up front and then turn the receipts in later.
And they've done that. They brought you receipts.
Yes.
Yeah. And so on this one, we could say, no disbursement without a receipt?
But.
I thought that's the way it was, I don't know.
But you also are setting we're paying for this program.
But, okay, but if they don't spend any money on that program, if they can't show you receipts where they spent money on that program during this fiscal year, they don't get a check.
Well, that's my take on it. It may not be that way, but y'all are approving to spend on X, Y, Z. And if they're in the process of just pouring the foundation right now and they can spend that money on foundation, but that's not what they've asked for.
Yeah, so how do,
I can only, y'all have approved this, and if they turn me in for something else, I can say, I'm gonna say no, because that's not what you were budgeted for.
I don't see a problem with that.
That's why, that's why I take so
To me,
many
it's a
notes.
little premature on their part, because they gotta get the building stuff where they do the flag, right? And I mean, have they even poured a slab yet over there? Do you know, John? I don't think they've done anything, so I mean, you're still a year out.
I
So
mean,
they've asked specifically right now for the flag.
That's what he turned in.
Right.
So if they're not, here would be my thinking, we set the 50 aside for them, and if they don't work on the flag, they get no money. I mean, and it goes right back into the bank, because it's hot funds, right? And then they can request next year, and we can look at giving 50,000 next year. We good?
Yesterday, when I asked the amount that we were gonna have, you said it includes next year's amount that's coming in.
800,000. But that includes next year's take off in also.
Right, so
So
like,
the total request this year's been 774.
But we have
we wouldn't
reduced
be
it.
able to have any for next year.
Yeah. But some of that is, the initial request, 700-some thousand, well, Munster's already cut theirs 160 suits, so that number's coming down.
Right.
And then there was 200 from Heritage Society, which I sense from the court, that's not gonna happen either. So we're good with what we have heard up to this point. Now, that they really asked for 250,000 for, don't forget, for the Gainesville Medal of Honor. But I think
Here again, that tells you if they want it over a 5-year period to pay for that, then to me, it sounds like they're socking it away.
well, but you know that. And if they don't have receipts for a flag, whatever they ask for, I don't have it in front of me, then they don't get a check.
I mean, based on the documents that were created for our hot funds, it says you must turn in receipts. And that's all I can go on, because I didn't create those documents.
But we meet that. We meet your criteria. If they don't turn in receipts for completed work on what they've asked for, they don't get a check.
That's all I go on.
So the question is, guys, do we want to put it out there pending expending it, or tell them no? And
Well, I think that's what the document reads, isn't it? Doesn't the document that they sign read that they have to bring receipts before they get payment? I mean, it's already in there.
Yeah.
so we put the money in there if we want to.
Now, are we committing to 5 years on this?
Nope. I'm not. I wouldn't. 1 year.
That's okay, I was
My
just
only
making sure.
question is 50 or 70, okay?
He only asked for 50
I know.
at coming here. Initially, he asked for 7.
Yeah, when he got here, it's 50. Yeah, so I would say 50. Pencil in the 50. And for 1 year.
And that's where the flagpole,
I don't have the brochure, but is that not what he specifically asked for?
That's what he had said.
And keep in mind, that's one organization that probably really does meet the criteria of the hot fund expenditures. I really do believe that, and I know for a fact that people do come in for Medal of Honor.
And we're agreeing to fund the request.
Yeah.
This is flag plaza at the front entry with granite inlay pavers, limestone pavers, flag pedestal, raised flag, and landscape flag.
Okay, that's what they asked for. So
Okay. I say give them what they asked for.
$50,000. All right, that catches us up to today.
Well, what about, Cook County Fair Association?
We said 100,000.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
We said 100,000 to the fair.
I've heard that.
I missed that.
Well, he just
Did you
mentioned
look?
we didn't talk about it.
Oh, I said,
He mentioned it, we didn't talk about it.
but I said 100,000. I didn't dodge anything, did I?
So, the part 2 of the test to use HOP funds is, does your organization attract visitors and tourists in the county? Do you have a convention, advertising and conducting solicitations, promotional programs to attract tourists and convention delegations and promotion of arts? So that would be the mural. They don't have to spend the night, it's just promotion of arts.
So it makes it.
Yeah.
And
Part
then,
2.
and then we're gonna have to
That's
ask them.
7,000, right?
Yeah, but then they need to come back and ask us about putting it on that building.
Right.
Part 1 is defined specifically as directly enhancing and promoting tourism in Cook County and directly promoting the overnight accommodation industry in Cook County.
Right.
Okay.
And promoting the arts is part 2.
All right, let's back up a little bit here, since I guess I was sleeping when we talked about the fair board. I have no problem giving them that. What are we gonna do anything with Heritage Park? I mean, I know we can't give them the full amount or anything like that, but
We hadn't gotten to that one, have we?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah.
was the lady that was here yesterday.
I know, but on your list, have you gotten there yet?
We
talked
talked
about it a
with-
while ago, and he said
I
we
said
went
we
on to
didn't, we
another
didn't, we didn't put a number out there. Yeah.
Sorry.
And so, this is their first time to request. What if we go put 50,000 out there?
that's fine. I think if we give the fair board 100,000, I think they should get something. I mean, they
50?
bring in there's a lot more people go over there than they do the fair board. And don't get me wrong, I have nothing against the fair board.
Right, but
Kid uses it,
Is 50 good for the first time for you?
it's fine.
All right.
I think you should be abstaining.
Oh,
And that's,
Well, I'm
oh,
not voting.
not on this one.
he's not,
Oh, yeah. No, he's Mustard Chamber. He's
He's
not
on
Heritage.
both.
Heritage Park, too.
He's on both.
Okay. Shame on you for 30 minutes.
Huh?
Well,
I said, shame on you for 30 minutes.
he's not voting, he's just.
Yeah, that's not, I'd say put 50 in there.
I agree.
50 for the
Heritage.
Heritage and
Heritage.
50 for the chamber, or what was the chamber?
The chamber's 43, so they're
43.
getting somewhere close to fair board stuff, but,
Okay.
93 for both.
yeah. All right, oop, I better go back and
What about
change.
Butterfield? We talked about that?
Yeah, we did. And we,
I think we kinda had that on a deal anyway, didn't we?
it was almost
But it went
bought
down.
into last year, wasn't
Yeah.
it? You know, we kinda told them, hey. All right, so we
So-
put 50 in it for Heritage.
I'm gonna ask the question, I don't know, maybe I'll get shot for it, but we're kinda, from what I read in the contract deal or to apply for this, it's supposed to be helping you get along. And sounds like some of these are just on the tip for,
Well, but you heard Butterfield yesterday say, hey, we're done, you know? And those that's putting in brick and mortar, somewhat like the Heritage Society, have a tendency, I would think, to take some draws for an extended period, where probably a mural wouldn't get a return trip. So,
I'm just curious, I know there's several of them that's been
for
for
years.
several years getting
Yeah.
pretty hefty sum. Actually, if I looked at it right, they're getting more than what their budget is. I haven't seen that one paper right, I don't know where it's at right at the minute, but
We get to vote on it every year, so if we decide to deny somebody, we deny them. I think we continue to do it year by year. You know, next year if we say, hey, you've been hitting us for 4 or 5 years and we're not seeing construction or, you know, of course, they all got to turn receipts in. So,
so some of them turn in receipts and nothing's still been done, what, is there, we just,
I don't want to talk about that. No, I don't know.
What do you mean?
He's saying people turning in receipts and not actually having the work done. That would be a whole different beast.
That would be collusion or theft or,
Yeah, it wouldn't be nice.
Fiddling.
who? In 21, we spent $154,000 for all the organizations.
That was the first year, yeah.
In 22, we spent $139,000. This year, so far, we spent 175. The ask is 301.
Left, what? Oh, half what's
The
been asked.
budget is 301. We've spent
The first
175.
year, we didn't have many people ask because the word hadn't got out. We told them, the
Right.
more people figure this out, the less money there's gonna be to go around.
right,
Yeah.
So this year, Morton Museum got the bulk of it, 102,000, but they've redone almost the whole outside of their building. Fair Association, 75. Butterfield got
They got 8,
84. I have 84.8.
Yeah, that sounds-
Budget.
but like I said, I think it's neat that he basically said, hey, we've filled in our footprint on the block over there and doesn't anticipate a lot of need. I think that's what Frank said yesterday.
yeah.
So,
He said we wouldn't be back in, and,
yeah, what'd he say? Come on.
he said that he wouldn't, that'd be the last time they asked, and then she looked at him and goes, no, we'll be back.
I missed that.
Did y'all see that?
She could've reached him, she'd kicked him.
Hey, she said, well, don't say that.
Yeah.
You never want to say that.
That, like I said, it's 11:41.
But, I mean, as you heard Mr. Man yesterday say, I mean, I audit those. You heard him say I called and asked him for 4 cents. I mean, I have.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, I do review everything they turn in.
Right.
All right, y'all want to go
And then
lunch?
we're gonna have the downtown beautification will be on that same thing.
Oh, there'll be a perpetual thing.
Well, right, yeah, we knew that when we signed up, but is that hot funds too?
Yes.
That's Wednesday, I think.
Yeah. They stick to that, they ride that lawnmower around, water those plants every single day. So we got most of it squared away, we gotta revisit, JP1.
Revisit the clerk, revisit the pager system, and
Fire department.
the allotments to the fire departments if money's there. That's what I got. And in theory, we shouldn't have to go back and talk to the ones here that we don't have any issues with.
Say that again?
I said, in theory, we shouldn't have to go back and address the ones, 3 out of the 5 there, we all say, we're good on.
Which ones?
County Court at Law, we agreed on
Yep.
JP, we agreed on the hot funds for the most part. We agreed on probably be both constables. We haven't gotten to the constables, but there will have been both constables we're probably going to agree on. So,
Okay, are we ready to break for lunch?
So I'll update this summary spreadsheet.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll update the summary spreadsheet. You weren't in here, I left off, I have the boiler on here with the wrong amount.
Oh.
And I left off some air conditioners.
You're welcome, Elizabeth.
And so then I'll update it with these new, changes for hot ones.
All right, folks, let's break for lunch at 11:44. We'll reconvene at 1:30. 35, excuse me, and we will reconvene back into budget hearing afternoon of the 27th. And with that, our first, and we do have a quorum if necessary, and with that, first presenter is Cooke County Library.
Good afternoon, you guys. I am here to request a total of 30 in office supplies, 500 in subscriptions, 1,000 in books, and 1,000 in the AB. The only other thing I requested was salaries, which is 3%. I did 3%, but of course that's up to whatever you guys decide. But I did do 3%. And then excuse me, I also did request that there be an extra $1,945 in the part-time line budget, so that I could give raises to the 4 part-time people who work. So a total of about, I should have told that together, sorry. $5,445 is what I'm asking.
Let's back up,
Yes, sir.
Jennifer, to 310.
310, yes, sir.
You said you increased by
1,000, yes, sir.
See, mine shows a 1,000 decrease.
Well, she's had a,
I was just gonna say that. Thank you, Joe.
I didn't hear either one of you.
she has a grant, and so when the revenue comes in, we move the expense.
Actually, the office supplies, that amount was for the water damage. The
Oh.
money for their, the office supplies that went there, correct, Shelley?
But that
Are you
looks to me
looking-
like it didn't change.
You're
1,000.
looking at this sheet here with the
You're
notes
not
on the
looking
bottom.
at the original budget.
Yeah.
You're looking at the adjusted budget for the
Yeah,
year.
I'm looking at what I got and worked on, but
Well, what I'm looking at says 2023 budgeted $1,000, and then it shows 24 budgeted 1,000, so,
So I brought the budget that I started with this year, and the office supplies was 8,000. But if you look on the last monthly one, which is I think what you're looking at, Gary, that's got 10 something.
10-101?
Yeah, 10101, that actually includes the water damage money in there.
You're not gonna see the 8,000, that was what was approved for this year. But because of the,
I'm all froze up.
because of the water damage, the money that came in for the water damage, it was budgeted for her to spend it. So it's on, the 10,000 has 2,000 and whatever.
2,100 and something for water damage
Right.
supply, to fix the water damage items.
So
It.
the
I
proposed,
should have brought-
9,000 proposed is right,
Yes, sir.
okay? And then 1,000 proposed is right. And
For
off-
equipment repairs?
No, okay, 9,000 for office supplies, then I think,
Subscriptions was 390. It was at, it's 390. It was at 550, and I asked for 6,000.
It was at 5,000.
5,500,
5,500, I'm sorry.
zero short.
I had a horrible migraine this morning, so I'm sorry.
But the numbers on this sheet are right. 9,000 requested, 1,000 requested, 6,000 requested. That's the first three you covered, right?
The first ones I
Yes.
did was 310, 390, and 590 is the other line item that I increased for books, which I increased 1,000. It was 30,000 last year, and this year I'm asking for 31.
Showing 51. The 51 was because of grant
These notes
money.
correct? Looks to me like they are, I think
I
I
had
saw
to
them.
bring last year too, because I knew all that money was in there. No,
I mean, the notes though, are the notes correct?
yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I kind of followed
Yeah.
along on
Do you,
this.
do you need me to make copies of what originally?
I think we're,
Okay, I just,
but I think what Adam was seeing, is what I was seeing, it said 51,000 this last year, but this another one of those $20,000 grant deals. I'm
that
guessing.
was the water damaged all the books,
Okay.
okay? So, yeah, that's, I know, this one that I had submitted on had all the water damage. This is the one you guys have.
Worksheet, mine says worksheet FY '24 at the
Yeah.
top of it.
Yeah, and if you look, it's got here's the books.
So you're showing 51 and 31.
Yeah. Is this what you're looking at too, Adam? Yeah, that's with the water damage items. So it really, with what we started with in October, which I printed out and made, I had 30,000 is what I started with. 21,000 was for the water damaged books. And then in line item 592, the AV, it was 20,000 last year, or this budget year, and I'm asking for 21. The part-time salary stuff is correct on the one that you guys both have. The 39,055 is what I was given last year, and I've asked to go up to 41.
Whoops, say that again?
Yeah, repeat that last one.
Yeah.
The part-time, which
Oh.
was 108,
Oh.
last year was $39,055, and I've asked for 41,000. I've asked for that $1,945. So my total request for this year was $5,445 off of the regular budget.
It looks like y'all are fortunate enough to be able to send somebody out to the schools and stuff to read. How often do we do that?
Well, she just did it yesterday, actually, at Little Leopards.
Is it once a week or
and
twice a week or?
It can depend. So last week she did Chick-fil-A, she did Valley View Afternoon Enrichment Program, and she did another one. So sometimes they're Boys and Girls Club. During the school year, there's more with that 1, 2, 3 outreach program that we do, which is either funded privately or through the 41 fund. Which the 41 fund, any money that I ask for in there, Shelley lets me know what I have in there, and then I total, and I never go over. Usually I'm less, and I don't always use what's in there either.
Yeah, but you can't fund that employee salary that's going out.
No, a lot of it is grant related in their fund, and it's also donations and this, like the CD interest that we've got for those CDs that were here before I got here, that goes into that fund. So, the CD interest doesn't go into 41? 91 and 92. Oh, 91 and 92. I forgot.
901 or 091?
And those are like, that's not very much.
092.
Yeah, those I didn't even budget for this year because the interest has not been, and those have to be used for certain things. Like they can only be used for materials, and I can't use the CDs, which are like 11,000 and 7,000 and that. I can only use the interest on those.
Will they let you shop the market on those CDs on interest?
I did, I switched it and yeah.
Because I mean, it's 4 and 5% now versus point.
I know. It's made a bit of a difference in what I was getting before, which was like $1.25 or something, and then now it's more, so, yeah. Shelley and I talked about that too. So, the only other thing, because I know, we submit the big, that budget form, this that says anything over $5,000, you have to explain what that line item is. And one of the things I had was Ricky, but a lot of that stuff is getting done now. I just wanted to make sure that the money would still be there if we're still finishing up with what you guys are doing right now, which has already been budgeted. But that's it. I mean, I kind of wanted to share just some stuff with you, just so you guys know. Since October 1, so this fiscal year, we've averaged 5,309 physical checkouts every month. That's on average. And I kind of wanted to compare it to last year's. Last year with patrons, we had 4,500. This year we have 4,934. We did check into the families thing, Gary. I know you've asked about how many of those are families. We couldn't check into last year's because that the state requires you get rid of cards that aren't active after 3 years, and you can't count those. So Kim was able to check this year, and we do have just certain families, not counting their individual cards, but counting them as a unit. We have 2,933 that are just family units. Now, there may be 5 cards in one of those family units, or there may be 1 or 2. It just depends. So last year, our the total physical checkouts last year was 119,229. This year so far already, as of today, about 1 o'clock today, was 47,786. The digital checkouts last year was 60,060. This year, it's 24,124. The number of programs last year was 218. We were still coming back kind of from COVID stuff. So far already, we've done 221. The number of computer Wi-Fi users last year was 60,854, and this year is 11,700. Program visitors, last year the total was 7,512, and this year so far already it's 5,700. Our total visitors, which includes visitors, classes, in-house people like the computer people who come in and sit at the desk and work. Yesterday we had a couple doing a job interview there, things like that. Last year that total was 63,835, and so far already this year we're at 27,784. I think the important thing is to remember that not just everybody who uses the library has a card. There are a lot of people who come in. We have a vet who comes at least 3-4 times a day or a week, and he sits there and does his veterans paperwork online, gets ready. We have a lot of people who come in and print from their phone. The DMV sends people there all the time to print out documentation they need to go back for the appointment. So we have those kinds of people. The job interview people. We have a lady who comes in who's a home attendant, and she sits and does her paperwork because after she sees her patients, she comes to the library and uses the Wi-Fi and does that kind of stuff. So not everybody who uses the library has a card.
You probably gave it, how many card holders do we have now?
Currently, right now, we have 4,934.
4,934
Yes.
card holders. Okay. My computer finally had a vision.
What'd you say?
I said, I'm sorry I got distracted. My computer shut down and
That's okay.
didn't want to.
I can answer.
It woke up, it's still
I've
not
got it
responding.
in front of me. I can answer.
No, I'm good. I didn't mean to let this distract me, but it's lost its mind, I
That's okay.
guess.
It doesn't want to work this afternoon.
Huh.
Anyhow, that's what I've asked. Obviously the part-time stuff, I guess, is gonna be determined, just like the full-time staff, salary stuff. But otherwise, as a whole, I've just asked for 3,500 into budget lines. Office supplies have gone up. Our library cards, we buy 1,000 a year, and they cost $250 more this year than last year. For the same amount, same design, everything. So it's just kind of, unfortunately, the way things are going. So, Shelley, is there anything else I need to say? I had a question. If we haven't spent the balance on the water damaged items, that money will just get transferred over?
Not unless you tell it, not unless you.
Okay, can I,
Or you cover it.
okay, do I need to do that this budget? How do I do that? I've never had that money, and I know the shelving that's gonna need replaced,
Do you have you have a PO for it?
not yet.
Or you're gonna get one before
Ye-
9:30, then that
yes.
will roll over. But
Okay.
the money won't, so you'll have to budget for it.
Okay, so I need to budget in here, so we need to see what the balance is for it.
Well, they're all on the line, so if you fit the line
Whatever the balance is left.
in the, yeah,
Okay.
in the lines, not the money,
Okay.
not the money collected. Because, we only put a certain amount in supplies and certain amount.
Right, so if we,
Non-capital and,
okay. I may need your help more, as we, okay. So then I would do an amendment then too, for each of those, or in here.
in here,
Okay.
unless you're gonna take it next year from someone you're.
No, I won't have, like the shelving is, I think $7,000 or something, so that needs to be transferred over.
Yeah.
Furniture, I talked to her, she came yesterday, and she's getting the final quote together, and then it'll take till probably, she said everything's running 14 to 16 weeks out. So it probably won't make it here before the end of this budget year. Same with the table and the chairs that they need to replace. And the books, some of the books have come in, but not everything.
So that 94, 444, 79, which would need to round up, needs to be budgeted. And machinery and equipment, non-capital.
Which, oh yeah, in machinery, yeah. That and the books, I'll have to look and see how much we've spent on the books already. And so then we'll have to put more in there. I think the office supplies, I've got everything ordered on, completed. I have a folder with all that stuff, so I can go through and look and see. I know we've got, Daryl's got like, well, I guess that comes out of there too. Yeah, this is a strange year because the water damage happened. And so it looks like I've got all this money that,
Now, it looks like you spent all that money.
it looks like I've got all that money and I didn't. But I didn't get 51,000. Unfortunately, I got it, but not the way I wanted. I would want it.
Okay, do you have anything else for us?
No, do you have any more questions? Gary, do you have anything else?
Any more questions for Jennifer?
Anything else?
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you very much. Next presenter isn't here. I would entertain taking the tax assessor out of sequence here. Randy, if you'd like to come up here and speak.
Who was posting that?
Rural septic and subdivision.
Shelley or somebody was gonna do rural septic.
I'm sorry, what would you say, Pam?
Yeah, rural septic's first, so yeah, that'd be.
Yeah,
Send that to
Todd.
him and you talk to him.
Yeah, he knows about it.
Well, it is early for him though. I didn't think he was gonna go to 2.
Yeah,
And it's only, oh, it's Tuesday. Where is that?
I don't think so. If you want to, why don't we, oh, wait a minute. Looky here. All right, you just about missed your place, but go right ahead, step right up to the mic, you're up. Right before taxes, so.
Department 590.
Okay. Present.
I'm sorry,
Present.
present.
Yeah.
Well, y'all got any questions? Pretty simple. Just
Go
about
right
what it was
ahead.
last year.
Tell us what you need.
I need what I've got written down here.
Increase your maintenance 2,000, is that right?
What's that?
Said you increased your vehicle maintenance a little bit?
You increased your vehicle maintenance 2,000.
Yes, I did, because the front end is completely wore out on that truck.
Okay.
And it's got every warning light on it that can't be cleared, so something's gonna have to be, it's in pretty bad shape.
What's the miles on that truck?
About 150,000.
This is not the old Lord truck, this is.
Right, yeah, not new. Subscriptions for 6,500, you haven't used any?
That's
That's
for software that we're supposed to be, we should be starting in about 2 weeks on that.
Okay.
They finally got that wrapped up. I'll have to do a virtual meeting on that next week and get with Daryl to change our website, get a link on it.
So I see conferences you show 2,400,
That's continuing education.
but you haven't spent any this year,
No, not yet.
and only 640 in 2022?
I'm sorry.
Only 640 in 2022, why do we need to be at 2,400?
Because I didn't have to go anywhere. Traveling where to do it.
Do you do that online or a conference, or?
No, you can go to conference in person.
I'm just looking here, in the past you haven't, that's why I'm,
Pardon?
just looks like in the past you have not.
No, I hadn't, no.
Okay,
It was local here. It was local. Luckily, it was local
okay.
right here. I think Matt was-
On your vehicle, if it needs repairs right now, why haven't you scheduled to get them done or anything in this budget? If it's wore out,
Because I didn't think it's gonna be enough.
have you got it quoted or anything?
Well, I had mine done, and it was over $3,500 on my own personal vehicle.
Wow.
Yeah, upper and lower ball joints, top, sway bar links.
I own a I own a mechanic shop, and I've never charged anybody $3,500 for the front end.
Well,
I'm not saying I want you to bring your truck.
That's what they did, that's what it cost me.
But I think there's more than front end, isn't there? Didn't you say there was
Engine lights, and
Yeah.
stuff. That's typical.
warning lights and?
Yeah, all the warning lights are on, it just lit up all the way across that thing. I took it to try to get it clear, but then they won't clear it out. They just-
Well, I mean, if there are lights on, they need to be repaired, not just cleared out.
Yeah, I don't know what, I mean, the truck, as far as the running of it, the motor and everything, it runs great, you know, but I did have a guy look at it, and he said that the upper and lower ball joints, and he said the upper transmission was like a mount in there that's wore out, like a bushing's wore out on it, up on top of it.
Yeah, the longer you let those things go, the worse it gets.
Especially that bushing, I mean, you,
What model is that truck?
2014,
I mean, the truck I drive got over 100,000 miles on it too, and I run that down gravel roads every day. I mean, it's just, you gotta take care of it. You gotta do the maintenance whenever something breaks.
on these subscriptions, that's your software stuff, so you can do your stuff in the truck, right?
no, well, yeah, that and it's gonna replace what we're currently using now to keep track of everything.
Is it gonna relieve some of this administrative assistant work?
The what now?
Is it going to relieve some of the administrative assistant work?
No, it's probably it may, part of it, as far as tracking, see, we don't track our maintenance like we're supposed to be doing. And someone's gonna have to do that now, you know, because that's gonna be part of it as well, where we can track that maintenance.
See, I thought when we spent that, a big benefit was gonna be, it was gonna be less work on the administrative assistant. It's gonna be
As
able
far as
to-
the application process, yes. As far as the application process, it will, because that'll be done online. But the other part, you know, someone's still gonna have to monitor it, take care of that.
Sound like you the man.
Well, I won't be able to do that and the rest of my job. I will say that.
How many septic inspections do you typically do in a month, let's say?
It just depends, you know, it's anywhere from, I usually do anywhere from 1 a day to 6 or 7 in a day, you know. And that's not just inspections, problems, issues, you know. Installers call me up, hey, I need you to come look at this with me. We need to put our heads together. How can we design this? How can we do that? You know, I do a lot of that as well, that part of it. I stay busy.
Do you ever write citations for improper septic?
No, I haven't, because I haven't had to at this particular point. That's something that can be discussed at a later date.
I know previously we used to have an occasional septic filed in our court when we were in Valley View down there.
Right, right.
Is your license every year, or every 2 years?
My license, it's every 3 years.
Every 3 years, because I see there's nothing here on the budget for it, so
Yeah, because
you just got it.
well, I had it, I tried to pay it out of a different, I didn't realize it had to be paid out of that, the association dues. So to keep from the issues that we had before, I'm putting it in there so it don't ever have that problem.
So license comes out of association dues?
Yes,
The license that you just recently
yes,
renewed?
yes.
How many miles a year do you put on average on your vehicle?
I don't know, I probably put that old truck, I mean, I can do 100 plus miles or more a day, many times, you know, going from one extreme to another.
So 20,000, 30,000 miles?
I'd probably say at least 30, I would think, something in that neighborhood, pretty close or something like that, 'cause I put a lot of miles in
I
there.
would have thought you'd put more than that on there
I
myself.
may put more than that on, yeah.
I mean,
I guess I never really kept up with it. You know.
putting that many on my personal,
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
Anybody else have any questions? Todd? Do you have any questions of us?
What about the salary increase?
It's the same thing we told everybody else, right? Depends on whether or not we can give one to all employees. If all employees get one, then is that misinterpreting what we've said up to this point?
You hadn't asked for one, but,
Jesse did.
oh, where?
Yeah.
16%.
Where? How did I miss that?
On that next page.
How,
103.
how many percent?
16.
See, I don't,
Do you have another page there?
see what it is. Okay. All right.
I would urge to get with Debbie and see who the approved shops are and try to get it in there to one of the, I would urge with Debbie to see who the approved shops are and try
We
to
don't,
get it into
we
the
don't
shop.
have any.
Yeah.
You just go, repairs are exempt from bidding.
Well, I know
So,
that, but like whoever.
He don't
set
wanna
up as
recommend
a-
somebody.
So whoever we're set up with as a vendor, where he
Oh.
can get an appointment made, because that way it don't keep on going. That way
Right.
we can know more in a few
Right.
weeks for your next budget if,
Right.
you know, instead of letting. it
Well, I
drag
had,
on.
talked about a couple of them. I think you told me about one over here, a guy over there for Ford House, or, I think Casey's. Now, I've heard somebody mention Casey's.
Yeah, they're set up. as a
Those
vendor.
three,
Yeah.
they told me.
Yeah,
Casey's
they're set
or,
And CBJ set up as a vendor too. I mean, just somebody who could get it in there and get it going on and see what the lights are, because they're probably
Right.
small repairs. That way it doesn't just keep on dragging.
I'm just wondering if it has to go to Ford House to get those lights. Because my key, when I got it from the sheriff, he said the key's messed up on it. It's got some kind of a alarm type system. I can use the push button to lock it, but I can't unlock it. I have to unlock it with the key. And then if you don't start that truck in like 30 seconds, the alarm starts going off on
You
it.
might need a key program, but any of the shops that can do engine lights, they can do all that.
Yeah.
So just take it.
Any of
I
those
wouldn't-
shops,
I-
man.
Personally, I wouldn't go to the Ford House for my front end work,
Yeah, that's gonna be expensive. yeah.
you know, but let's get started somewhere.
Right.
And then, you know,
Well, I don't know anybody over here who does that stuff, so. I mean, if you-
but you've heard Ford. CBJ, Casey's, you know,
Okay,
and
okay. All right, I'm-
Barthold.
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 Everybody's a vendor, all
Yeah.
of them are vendors.
yeah,
Who
but
does y'all's?
we all
We got
do
our own
different.
mechanics.
Well,
But if we have to send it out, any of those shops I just listed, you know.
Yeah.
do you ever do other county vehicles or just your own?
We just do our own.
Just your own?
We all got
keep up with
mechanics.
our own.
Yeah, we all got mechanics. Or multi-purpose folks, we don't, most of us don't have just a mechanic.
also, I was wondering if we shouldn't change the name of the department since we now have a separate subdivision department.
It doesn't need to be environmental anymore.
Well, it hadn't been environmental. It's
But it
rural
is on this
Subdivision
sheet.
and septic.
On
Oh,
here,
this
it's
is-
listed as environmental agency.
That's,
And then on the
that's
other
the
one,
county judge's spreadsheet.
Oh,
Yeah, we don't want it that because we get health department calls
Yeah.
constant. If it has the word environmental, health or whatever.
It was voted on and changed to rural subdivision and septic.
at the time that we split off the two, or 2 budgets ago, 1 or 2 budgets ago.
mine says environmental agency right there. I wondered what that was.
Well, but that's what we was talking to, isn't it? This is Kathy's.
Yeah, that's got.
Oh, well, there's that one, but this other one says rural septic, right?
What is the open?
This one says,
Rural subdivision and septic.
Okay.
but I thought we split them to do this. This says rural septic on one of these sheets. Under,
Yeah, under the budget sheets, I think it is, but I mean,
This is the county judge's spreadsheet. I hope I'm looking at that. So if it didn't get changed,
because like he says, what we're looking at, one says rural septic, and the other one says rural subdivision development. So why wouldn't we, how difficult is it, Shelley, to
do
make
we have
that the
different
two?
account numbers on them?
Yeah, they do. How hard is it to just make it what it says?
it's not hard. Just need to know what to call it. Rural septic?
Rural septic,
That's what I call it.
That's what I'd call it,
And
rural
then-
septic.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah,
and then,
and rural subdivision.
yeah.
Any other questions for us, Tom? Shelley, anybody else have any questions? That was a good question, though. What about that salary increase? What was that?
Pardon?
What precipitated that?
Well, when Judge Brinkley hired me, he told me I'd get a decent raise, you know, once I got my license, got things rolling, that sort of thing, and I am making less than other DRs that do the same thing I do.
Okay, so that's to bring you up to
Yeah. Anything else?
Oh, that's so.
That's all I got.
Yep.
Thank you, Todd.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Kathy, would you like to step up?
I think she's glad to step up.
Do what?
I think she's glad to be here.
I think she is.
Very. I didn't even make a budget request this year because I wasn't here. Someone said Shelley took care of me, but I don't know what.
I did it the same.
Saying, that's fine, that's fine. My notary is up. May of '24, so that $71 definitely needs to stay for my bond.
Where's it go?
It's under bonds,
Yeah.
yeah, $71.
So, so we need to add it.
Yeah, the sheet I have doesn't have any year-to-date figures either, so I don't even know what I've spent this year.
So we need to make that $71, need to move it over there, $71.
That's what was budgeted.
Well, it was in 23, Judge, but what I have over here proposed is nothing. I don't know
Right.
what yours says.
That's what I have too. I was just,
Yeah.
so go ahead and propose the same thing for.
Yeah, it's $71?
It still is, isn't it, Shelley?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
And it's good for
How many
4
years?
years,
4 years.
I think.
Hers is pretty easy.
yeah.
I haven't done any conferences or associations because I haven't really been here to do that. But I do want to get the floodplain certification.
You what?
The floodplain certification.
Where you get it at?
That's, there's a state and a national. And actually had one of the 103 telephone messages I had while I was gone was from the State Water Commission checking to see who our floodplain administrator was.
Really?
So I'm going to get hold of his ear and get some questions answered about, how to do it. From what I found out, it's mostly online. You have to join the association and then you take the courses online free.
Okay, we need to add the association
I
fees?
think that's included because I put that on here for last year, then I never got to do it yet.
Okay, so that's
Yeah,
where it came from?
yeah, so I think it's all included.
So what would that amount be?
Well, it was 129, the association dues were, and I think that was to join the state level.
So you said 129?
We're covered on there then.
Give $1 back? Give $1 back? We're good if you are, I think. Whoop, I'm
Oh, we
sorry.
got her here, Lake Red Robert.
I've got that one too.
Oh.
Haven't been using,
I don't have my Lake Ray Robert, I do.
It's in this stack here.
I think a certain commissioner spent some money on there.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's under what, Shelley? Because I don't,
Department 679.
I don't have it on today's agenda, nor do I have a hard copy. I don't know.
Probably,
It's $1,000 total for everything.
Mine would be under mine even.
that
Yeah.
probably covers enough envelopes and paper and postage. I had thought about having, if we could find a lawyer or somebody, maybe possibly a past county judge that would go down and do like a continuing education with those people to kind of help them on some things.
The board members? Is there such thing?
No, but I thought about finding somebody who's good with, you know,
Can Brinkley do it?
that's what I was hinting at, is get like Brinkley to go down and do like a class with them to.
Oh, have
kinda
him
read
do the
through
class.
And understand what they're doing and,
Great.
because like one of the last decisions was a zoning decision and they were worried about the final plat and everything,
Right,
you know.
which isn't supposed to be considered, yeah.
I was gonna check with him and then maybe some other lawyers that do codes and zoning and stuff and see what it would maybe cost to have them do once a year, do a class with them.
Yeah, well, and the lawyer that's on the board tries to keep them in line, but
Yeah. It's a
it's,
full-time job.
yeah.
But do you think if we've got $1,000 there for everything, I'm sure that handles enough postage and paper and envelopes and stuff?
Yeah, I haven't even, honestly, we use the subdivision department. That's the only letterhead stuff I have.
Okay.
So I just use that.
James Moss is the one who brought this idea up to me.
Oh, really?
About doing a class.
Doing some
Is she
education.
still on the board?
Yeah.
Yes, he can't.
Yeah, he can't do it. But he thought it would be a good idea to do some education instead of just throwing people on the board and throwing them to. I try to tell them to read everything that they.
You're
Yeah,
talking like a workshop type deal?
Yeah, do like a workshop to go through the regulations and the different procedures and all of that. The board does a great job, but a workshop would really help things.
Right.
But I'll work on that before we end budget, but I just wanted to bring it up while you were here.
yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Oops.
Kathy, on that floodplain deal you was talking about, what would that do?
We just give the county a floodplain manager. We don't have one. We have lots of calls about that. And, yeah, we just give them the runaround. Usually I tell them to call Ray.
I get that call and I just.
Yeah, I know it, I know
Send me
it.
somebody.
We need to have somebody that people can call.
So they call you and say, am I in the floodplain? What do you do?
I honestly don't know yet. I guess I'd look at FEMA maps and I'd learn how to read the FEMA maps.
Okay.
There's a lot of Cooke County that's in flood.
Oh, yes, quite a bit. Quite a bit. Most of, well, a lot of it's in the city, so I
I
don't
just
have to
didn't know
worry
if that
about
was
that.
gonna mean you had to go out to the site and actually, was that gonna take more time?
Oh, I think it's a pretty quick process. There's forms to fill out, but they're all online, the FEMA forms.
But I mean, you
For
get these
me.
calls I call you and say, hey, am I in the floodplain? What do or
I don't think it's gonna be any more than when people call and ask if they're in Lake Ray Roberts
bill it.
zoning. And I
Okay.
just look at my map and tell
will
them,
they tell them right away?
yeah.
Man, we had hard copy maps of floodplains, or they're still
Right.
around, I'm guessing.
I think there's even one on our website.
Yeah. I mean, she wouldn't go designate any new ones. It'd be just,
No. uh-uh.
or
No, I
we-
just was wondering if that meant she would have to actually go on site.
Oh, I don't
I
think
wouldn't-
so.
I wouldn't think so.
A lot of lenders require someone from the county to sign off that it's not in a floodplain, things like that. And I know a lot of times surveyors do that.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I refer people, if you have a surveyor, if you're even the property surveyor, call them.
And I think because of liabilities, even though she was certified, I don't think I'd go tell them, hey, you're in or out of one. Refer them to
Yeah.
the maps
Yeah, to the FEMA maps.
and get with your surveyor.
Yeah.
I think that'd be the position to take.
I'll talk to the state guy, see what the deal is with that. Let you know.
Anybody else have anything for Kathy?
I think so. Happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
I got your cup, Ken.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Brandy, come on up. We already know what you're gonna tell us about.
Do you?
Yes, we do.
A little birdie ratted you out.
That's right. So we already know the answer.
It's a yes. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So, as far as line item 300, my voter certificates is 7,000. That's because it is a mass mail-out year. So I'd gotten a quote from Scott Merriman about how much it would cost and for some extra voter certificates. So I included that. Office supplies went up about $200 just because we do have confirmation letters, things like that, that we send out extra with mass mail out here. And the subscriptions, this is for my RBS, the image scanning. They seem to go up, I guess we figured about 18% each year for maintenance. So that went to the 1767. My mileage stayed the same, my conference stayed the same.
Brandy, do you take clerks?
I'm sorry?
Do you take clerks with you once in a while to some of your conferences?
Yes,
1, 2?
one usually. Whenever it is a local conference, like in Dallas or something, in the past, we have closed down for a day and had the clerks go down to a class. I'd usually try to pick a day that was the best that they would get something out of it. I did actually take my chief deputy this past year, or this past conference in June to Dallas.
Which is the same thing that Billy Jean did with you.
Yeah, I mean, when I was chief deputy, I went to bonds, stay the same, let's see, drop down to the miscellaneous. That is for 2 new desk chairs. I have 2 clerks, their chairs, one of them's broken, well, it's broken in a couple areas, and we're still using them, but need to replace those. I had asked for some new lobby chairs, which that comes out of the furniture and fixtures line item, which I talked to Shirley about. And then to talk about my request for a $900 cell phone allowance a year. I do use my cell phone 24/7, does not matter if I'm at home, in the doctor's office, or even sitting in my own office here at work. My phone is usually used. I'm away from my computer, answering emails, answering lots of customers,
Do dealer
lots of
bother?
dealer.
They ever bother you on your cell
Lots of
phone?
dealer questions. Communicating with my office staff, it is used quite often. I did see where all the elected officials except for 4, which includes myself, have a cell phone allowance. I don't know what everybody's job
consist of, but I think that all elected officials probably use their phone with their job. I also think that if we do happen to get this new phone proposal that I know Daryl is going to present, it's going to have ability for us to do different things on it, on our own phones. So I think it would be important that we do get the phone allowance. My next is, I'm asking for a supplement for being the voter registrar. Last year.
Can we stop there before you go into this? Can I ask Shelley a question? On this side of it, how much of this is covered by like the fees and everything that they collect? None of it. Really?
Well, goes to general fund everything.
Well, okay.
She has her chapter 19 funds that she pays her part-time person out of. And sometimes gets computers.
I guess that's one thing I'm lacking on is like how much of the, I know all these revenues go to the state, but.
It's against the law to budget based on the amount of revenue they bring in.
Okay, that's a bad question, but I'm just curious, so.
But, she brings in,
Chapter 19?
no,
Oh, sorry.
And I understand
majority of the
reasoning
money
for
the
that
county
because this is a
gets is
service.
not taxes.
Huh?
She brings in the majority of the money the county gets, not taxes.
Okay. And I understand that. I understand that it's a service no matter what, so we have to do it. Okay, go into your voter registrar thing, I'm sorry.
But I don't know how the distribution of the chapter 19 funds is. Is it based on the amount of
It is based on.
voters or,
It is, I have it.
and that's in a separate fund?
Okay.
Because it's really a reimbursement, not a,
Not an income.
yeah.
It is based on registrations, how many we cancel, new registrations,
For voters.
for voters, yes.
I was shocked at the amount whenever we were talking about vehicle inspections, the
Yeah.
amount that we get from the state on that per precinct was shocking.
Well, we won't anymore. We won't anymore.
God,
Because they're doing away with it.
yeah,
2025.
That's 200.
But we still have to pay-
If y'all didn't know that,
It's,
vehicle
you
inspections.
will still have to pay a fee.
Yeah, you still
They're
have
just
to
gonna
pay your
rename it.
$750 like we do to get them renewed, your registration renewed. We'll still have to do that.
So maybe the,
Is that gonna be climate change fund? Is that what they're gonna call that?
Yeah, so they
Is that
have,
gonna be what?
Climate change.
I know some of the trailers, like it's a clean mobility fund, so there's no telling what they're gonna name it this time.
So
We don't care what they name it, long as they send
We won't
money.
get any more of that.
a good thing for us. It's a bad thing for us. I've been telling lots of citizens that it was a tiny tax that nobody, it didn't hurt anybody. Go ahead, sorry. I talk too much sometimes.
Okay, so back to, I'm asking for a supplement for being the voter registrar. I know last year that was brought up about doing EA work, and EA work consists of both the county clerk's office and the voter registrar's office. Not only am I required by state law to be there and open whenever any voting is going on, I mean, we're there working. So I'm asking for that supplement as well. Especially with this House Bill 1217 that's coming up, that is requiring us to be there the second week from 7 to 7, Saturdays and Sundays. In the May elections, we never know what their early voting is going to consist of. This past year in May, they were different days, different hours. All the entities were different. We had Saturday work. One, I believe it was Pilot Point, the city of Pot Point had a couple of streets, they had an election, we didn't have any voters in, but they had early voting Sunday. So because we didn't have any voters in that city, we weren't required to be there. But if they were, which they're coming, we would have been required to be working. So I would have been there as well.
They've already told me they're having one this May.
Do what?
They already said they were gonna have one this May, and
Yeah.
they've already got a request from me, so she'll be having to work.
Are there some figures on this that we're supposed to have? Or do you?
Figures for,
It's the $5,000 that was given.
Would you say that again? If we had Cook County citizens, and there's a part of, on the other side of the lake over there that still belongs to Cook County. Okay, they vote here, right?
no,
They vote
it was
there.
the local election, like for May, so the
Yeah,
Denton County was doing their elections, we weren't doing the elections.
okay,
But if they have any Cook County voters, then we are required to be open.
okay.
Is that so they can call and validate whether or not they're registered,
Yes.
for instance?
That, or I sent my, I registered to vote, why am I not on the list? I did it through DBS, anything.
Well, it's a strange little area over there but we don't have any Cook County voters that live in that area over there.
If they, not right now, it is
Okay.
new streets,
Right,
so it's coming,
But they will register to vote in Cook County,
yes.
even though they vote over there.
on
Just like-
local elections.
Yeah, they're Cook County residents, and they pay like Powell Point City,
Like I go to Whitesburg and vote in school district.
right. Any more questions on that?
That's interesting. If they had an issue at Grayson County, say Whitesburg School District, are they gonna call you?
They're gonna call us.
Well, Collinsville's the same way, Tioga, all up and down, well, over on the other side of the county too.
St. Joe, Wise
St. Joe,
County.
yeah.
We cover a lot.
That's right.
The city of Pine Point already
Leo.
asked me to run the election in May. They've already asked for what it would cost. They want a contract with us to be able to vote over here.
Mhm.
So in May, they're saying they're gonna have voters.
Right. Because I know a lot of the voters would rather, they don't want to drive all the way to Denton County or anything to
Right.
vote, but, they want to have a say-so, so they do prefer us doing the elections.
Anybody have any questions for Brandy?
On that part,
Oh, you're not through yet?
I'm not.
Not even through.
You
Okay,
knew
go
what
ahead.
Hannah's gonna say.
Go ahead.
I am asking for a 5% raise at least for my clerks. They work very hard over there. I know sometimes you might not see a customer in that office, but they're doing other things. We are fixing to get pretty slammed. We have a oil company that is changing their name and also bringing all of their work to Texas. Their main office is here in Cook County, which by law you have to register all your vehicles and everything in the county that your main office is in, which is Cook County.
Who is it?
Select.
Will they change it
Honestly, they change their name probably about every 2 or 3 years. This is just the first time we're going to have this much as far as they're bringing everything to Texas. At one point, it was 17,000 titles. It has dropped down to 16,000 because they're going to do all of their IRP accounts in Oklahoma. That's supposed to start July 1st. I will tell you that we average about 13,000 titles a year, and they have 17,000 for us to do. So it will be very interesting over there. But like I told the girls, we can only do one at a time and just do the best we can. So we also have other customers to wait on as well, so we'll be doing that. that as well.
All you can do is all you can do. I mean, we're gonna go through a strange budget cycle because I don't think the most folks know that we're running on about a $6 million shortfall, just making this year's budget. And we're probably gonna end up with $1.5 million, $2 million in request this year. And, you know, we don't know.
Right?
But, I mean, if we continue to exhaust our savings at $6 million a year, 3 years down the road, we're gonna be broke. And then we're gonna be forced to rely on just revenues. And I don't see where we're gonna cut $6 million in expenditures in county government. So, this group's gotta make some tough decisions. It's not your office, you just happen to be the one standing there at the moment, but it's a countywide, Cooke County-wide issue for this body. So, and a lot of folks, there's a lot of requests, but I don't know that people really understand where we are financially. They think we're flush with money because we got $18 million in the bank, but, you know, this year, we're gonna bring in $22 million, we're scheduled to spend 28, and that has to come out of savings. And so you do that every year. It's not gonna get any cheaper to run government next year, you know, so 3 years down the road, we exhaust our savings, and we will be running at 23, 24 million revenues. But you can't fix that, not on you at all, but, you know. But people need to know, I mean, they need to understand.
Yes. And then to get onto the hot topic of an EA.
Oh, look at that, we're out of time.
Hey, it's okay, I can come back tomorrow.
You're available?
Next day.
You can't scare her away.
Saturday?
Saturday, used to work remote. Okay, voter registration and elections in Cooke County, they're in separate offices. I strongly believe that they need to be in one office. You know, the county clerk and myself, we work very well together. That is not cases in a lot of other counties, I can tell you that. But we work extremely well together. You know, there's times whenever stuff needs to be done, but with our duties, it collides, and, you know, it's just whatever takes precedence as to how we can take care of it. I think the EA would be beneficial for several reasons. I sent y'all something that came from another county, I believe it was Madison County, just talking, you know, 4 different reasons as to why it would be beneficial in the counties. My main is that I think it would benefit 3 different offices. It would benefit just the tax collector's office in general with all of her duties, the county clerk's office with all of her duties, and then it's, of course, an EA office. I think elections would be a lot better, not that we're not doing the best job we can, I just think that they would have more time to focus on it. I think it's coming. I think we should be proactive instead of reactive. I just don't think we should wait till it's too late.
I'll ask you the same question I asked earlier this morning. If there were an EA, what kind of staffing would you estimate for an EA? And
I think you would have, you need the EA, you need a full-time employee and at least a part-time, especially during election time. If you had an EA, they would be able to take that Chapter 19 money like that I get.
Yeah.
And I do have, it's a temporary help that comes in and helps us file, pull records, because we have to pull them every so often. Filing is a big thing.
Would this EA be a state employee or a county employee?
I believe it is a county employee, and there's a board that does the hiring and oversees it. I know it consists of the county clerk, tax assessor, collector, both party chairs, and the county judge. And I want to say maybe we asked last year or something that they would be answering to maybe the county judge. I have to check on that.
What is she
What-
saying? Because I sent the statute to all the commissioners, and I also sent them that survey that shows how much counties
Each one,
pay,
yeah.
and how many employees they have for the size we are, just let you know, I was gonna, that's why I called you today, but
Yeah.
I did send them this statute that explains how to create one, and I'll get a copy to the judge too.
I thought Brandy'd give it to us, you know.
I thought the survey was in her packet. but
I did
it's-
too,
I'm sorry.
but you can't defend yourself. We just talking about you.
I was thinking that you had it in your packet, the survey, but I didn't see it.
I know I had sent it, emailed it to Elizabeth, and I think I emailed it to Shelley after my little meeting thing.
Oh, okay. I was thinking I saw
What
it
I said,
somewhere.
I
Anyway,
expected
did-
to see it in your packet
I
because
did
she
send
given
it to them though, so they do have it.
Perfect. And I know y'all were asking about how many EAs there is in the state of Texas this morning. There's 135.
Did we ask that this morning? You were watching, we asked?
I was watching. Seeing what kind of mood y'all was in and everything.
How much money did Chapter 19 generate?
Depending on the year.
Yeah.
So this past year, we got like $1,300. Years before that, the year before that, it like skips every other year. It was like $9,000. And, like I have $1,300 to last me until next June. So my part-time person is only working about 4 hours a week.
I'm just curious, you know, if we hired EA, it looked like from what I saw, 48,000 is about what an EA is making or something. Then they had a full-time, you know, and a $48,000 salary costs us what, Shelley? 65 or 70 time you do taxes and, you know, just ballpark. I mean, if you do two people, you're looking at $150,000 in those two positions, you know, funded by the county. But, you know, again, we really don't have control because it falls back on the board when you put the two-party chairs in there. But, and I was just wondering how much this Chapter 19, you said that EA's office would get it. I was wondering how much it offset it. That's the reason I was asking. Yeah, it's minuscule. Yeah, okay. It's what it is, okay.
Any other questions?
We do appreciate you and your troops, you know, y'all do a good job. We're
Thank
not
you.
trying to discount anybody's efforts. I mean, everybody's asking for money.
I get that, and I understand that. It's,
And we're not telling anybody no, we're just saying, hey, we're looking at it.
right, I just, I know everybody's job is very stressful. It is hard to keep a lot of people in that office, I will tell you that, because the stress does get to them. It's a lot. You're not just dealing with one entity, you're dealing with, you know, TABC, Parks and Wildlife, and you have to know laws and rules on every single one of them.
And turnover doesn't help. About the time you get them trained, you got a lot of time invested in them.
My girls, I tell them they can use the excuse that they're new for a year or two, because laws are changing constantly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I
I
still
can't
say
keep
that.
up with them on just my end on the personal world of being a dealer. They change rules. I can't imagine what y'all doing with.
Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Human Resources got 2 pages.
So,
Well, we're past ready. We get you out here, you know.
so they're asking the supplemental.
She wants to say $5,000.
Okay. That was asked. Where do you have that? I didn't have it. In your
This,
brain,
what
okay.
kind of brain is it I have?
What's
This
that?
lot, what do you say? He asked me
Oh,
where I had this,
That's a, not steel trap. that's-
Elementary brain?
well, mine's a pea brain, but
No.
I'm talking about size.
I'll think about that during this presentation here.
You're not gonna focus? You need to focus. It's
I've already
Elizabeth,
heard it.
Director of HR.
So this is pretty simple.
I've already heard it.
So I have 3 line items that I have requested an increase in. One of them is subscriptions, and that is because the cost of Applicant Pro and higher forms and cloud badging all are increasing.
I'm not too impressed with that. You hadn't got me anybody hired in months.
Wait a minute.
So should I put a plug out here? This is being televised that CDL drivers were looking for some of those.
Yeah, we're looking for
Yes.
You mean for them?
Yeah, we've got.
You've certainly gone through hiring for me.
That's true, I do.
That's right. Did a fine job too.
She,
over.
just messing with her. She knows it, but you know, we do have a problem hiring CDL folks, and
Yeah.
and she posts these on Indeed, and this is part of the subscription, correct?
It is, yes.
And it's just not producing people right now.
Okay, it's steel trap.
There you go.
Maybe nobody wants to work for you.
I don't even like working with
I
myself.
didn't want to say that.
I mean, I'm surprised y'all sat up here with me, you know, but
I'm sorry, Elizabeth, would you go ahead?
So that's a $400 increase in that line. So the other that I'm requesting is employee recognition, $2,000 more dollars than that. The employee recognition pins have increased in price a bit. And then if we are going to continue to do 2 meals a year for the employees, the cost of food has risen. So I'm asking for that increase to cover the 2 meals and the cost of the increase in pins. And then the other addition is a contract services line for cybersecurity training. TAC has always provided that to us at no cost. This coming fiscal year, there is a cost of $17.50 for that service, or roundabout.
and by law we have to do it now, right?
Yes, we have to do it by law. There is no choice, and that's probably the least expensive route to get it done. And easiest for the county. So that's all I have for my budget.
You're easy.
I think we just decline hers and go on. We don't have to talk about it again.
Oh, my goodness.
If you want to talk insurance, we can talk insurance. If you don't, we won't.
We'd love to, but because we put it on an agenda item because it's contract, can we? Can we talk to it, Shelley, under the fact that we got a budget for it?
Yeah.
Yeah. My suggestion is leave it as is.
Me too.
With the increase.
Unfortunately, the agenda on Thursday, y'all can't vote on it.
Because we didn't put an action on it?
Correct.
Yeah, so,
But when we bring it back on the next regular agenda,
It needs to be signed by 6:30.
Oh.
It's Friday.
6:30 Friday,
Yes.
so how are we gonna do this?
You're gonna sign it and they're gonna ratify your signature on the next agenda.
Thank you.
now that we can knock that off Thursday's list.
Why didn't you do that the other day?
What'd you say?
Why didn't we do that the other day?
He wanted you to sweat about it for 3 days.
So wait a minute, there's 3 of us, and that's all it took, right? We don't care what.
Oh, never discount those guys, you know, we'll need them someday.
What would you guys like to say?
I was asking questions, so I said.
I know.
Yeah.
I just want people to know that stuff's going up. You can't control
Right.
that. It's
Right.
tough. I mean, it's, like Jason said earlier, it's killing us. And then these mandates and stuff we get from the state. And of course, I was down there this past legislation, and it's not fun. Talk to your senators and your legislators. They need to hear from you.
Elizabeth, I've got a technical question for you that I'll ask you later. It has to do with, should I be voting on this?
Oh, health insurance?
Yeah. Not on.
Doesn't matter.
Well, okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, you're good.
Since I'm not.
Yeah.
We're not voting on something right now anyway.
Do I?
We can't vote on that right now anyway.
No, I'm just saying when the time comes.
Yeah. No, you have no conflict.
Oh,
I mean,
fine.
especially if you ain't using it.
That's right.
Who's next?
Out of here.
That's it.
Out of here.
Done?
Stick a fork
For
in it.
today.
Make a motion.
What?
Well, wait a
Are
minute.
we gonna
We
talk
don't-
about today's stuff?
We're gonna talk about the rest of the day.
I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Finish yesterday's stuff?
yeah,
Something with that.
I'm wore out, I'm gone.
Do you want to, wait and do this tomorrow?
I want to do what the group wants to
Or
do.
you
I
wanna do
don't
it right
care.
now?
It ain't me.
It
Everybody's
is
sitting
you
here.
too. You're the one who brought this up earlier.
What? We've got to discuss them at some point.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, but I haven't gone back and critiqued this as much as I did yesterday's, but, I mean, we've all said here, anybody wants to can weigh in. It does help move along. I mean, any of this stuff we can mark off. Courthouse maintenance, is there anything there to be critical of or I mean, any ideas on anything change? I don't see that there's anything we budgeted.
Well, before we get started again, let me think about this again. Do we want to kind of let this sink in overnight, what we've heard this afternoon, or do we want to go ahead and talk about it right now?
Pretty good when it's fresh on our mind for me, but I don't, again, I'm not, you're the judge, you the
Well,
chief
no,
budget officer.
This is a group decision here. This isn't,
Yeah, but
I don't mind, we can hash it, because we're gonna have to hash it again anyway. We can talk about it a little bit right now.
all right, let's go ahead and
I mean,
talk
my
about it now.
thought is we always go back over it all again before we vote on
Right.
anything anyways.
so if we do it like we
Yes,
did,
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I feel like some of the big asks that we're expecting are coming on tomorrow's departments, because we've seen some big asks, but not the real big asks.
I mean, if we do it like we did this morning, we go through them one by one, I don't have anything I don't see anything in courthouse maintenance to cut. I think right now we would move forward with it. You know, and what's sad is, guys, Shelley, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, in reality, we're supposed to do our budget and then fund it with our tax rate. So instead of wait and try to make it fit the tax rate. So, but anyway, having said all that, I didn't see anything with courthouse security to get carried away.
Courthouse maintenance.
The courthouse maintenance, yeah, courthouse security. I'll talk to Sappington about that tomorrow. We get more time, right?
Okay.
That takes us to district clerk. She asked for the 5% increase. I think we tell her that's still yet to be determined.
Well, that'll be the same as anybody else.
Everybody's on.
Across the board.
Cell phone allowance, it's every elected official one. You know, when that came about, people had limited minutes on their cell phone and they got charged extra. And our intent was to offset that cost. And I'm not going to suggest we do away with cell phones. I mean, the sky would fall. But in reality, all we're doing is supplementing income with cell phone allowance.
Before we move on, Elizabeth, maybe you, or Shelley, you can probably help too. They mentioned there were 4 elected officials that did not have a cell phone. Do we know who those are?
It's on there.
Brandy does not?
And Marcy.
Marcy?
Patty
attorney.
probably Patty. Sure, the county attorney.
Patty, the county attorney maybe?
Surely the county attorney.
I seen it on.
I don't know. I mean,
You know, Shelley?
but if we're doing on, do what?
County attorney, county treasurer, district clerk, tax assessor, collector.
Where'd you see that? Whose budget was that on, Bubba?
It's on Brandy's
I mean,
page. What page? It's in her packet, kind of.
I'm not questioning. I just didn't.
And that was just a aside there, don't you?
For budget, I'll call you afterwards.
But I mean, my perception right now is that that's what we've done. We're just enhancing salaries.
Yeah.
because everybody in the world's got a cell phone now. And some of these folks, they take 2 or 3 calls once a week, and then some of us take 15 calls a day. So, but, I mean, if they ask at this point, and this doesn't have anything to do with Marcy, this is just a general comment, but that, it's not what it was intended to be back in the day. Preservation fund, I don't see anything to talk about there. Anybody got any issues with any of that?
On what?
This preservation fund stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. And I guess we still can't talk to, we need to note unresolved as far as records preservation. That's the one unresolved. Are we gonna do the 58 or 59,000? Yeah.
Like I said, I wanted to wait till we see all the asks, but at this point, it's almost like we just need to get it over with. But, I mean, that's one of them things, you know, getting some things over with.
Well,
Sure adds
still-
up to $1 million fast.
I'll still ask the question like I did before. What's wrong with getting started with what we have right now, and then 2 weeks from now, determining the rest?
They don't want to move on.
Because, John, they don't want to do that because they don't want to start, when you say get started, they're going to do the full restoration.
They don't.
And halfway, you're going to say, no, we just want the pre. And they've already done this, so that's a separate pricing than.
They're waiting on that.
Well, what's sad, if we spent 500,000 and we ain't got, I guess if we said tomorrow we wanted to quit, we wouldn't have anything to show for it.
Yeah.
Well, but
We have a contract.
But the other part of that is, it seemed like when we started this conversation, the full restoration was the way to go, because that was
That's
the
what we
most
signed up
fragile.
for.
Yes, and that was the most fragile paperwork and everything else, and somewhere during that conversation yesterday, it changed to pre.
Because
full.
he only counted 40,000 pages and it came out to be 160,000.
Because, that's right.
And they're making what we signed up for fit into the 160
Okay.
with an additional
But
150.
here's the other thing, they said, well, we're not doing anything because we have a contract. Well, their contract states a certain price to do the whole daggone job, and they're not honoring their side.
That's
right.
exactly right.
And that, I
He
think we
forgot
ought to
that
hold,
part yesterday.
I think we ought to hold our feet to the fire on that.
I mean, and they've obviously, they're not going to. 'cause
Well,
that's
they're
not-
only gonna do 169 boxes, one page, one side.
Yeah.
He didn't count the other side.
But
So you're not even getting the 40,000 pages. You're gonna get 20,000 pages if you do the front and back.
Yeah.
wasn't it like 200 pages versus he found 620,000? It's like 400,000 pages
Well, but he
different.
didn't count
Well,
the back
that was
side.
an estimate.
But gosh almighty, how would you like to do business where you say, hey, it's $200 to do your car, work
Well,
on your
no,
front
they
end?
get you, they dangle it and they
Yeah.
get you to sign and then they know
Sorry,
they've
that's
got you.
400,000.
Yeah, because
Right.
my mechanic who said it was just ball joints didn't realize it's the whole
Yeah.
front end. I mean,
Yeah, that was the way.
and
Well, it might be 40,000, or it might be 160,000, or it
But-
might be,
that was my
because some
position.
sheets are this big and some have double sides and some.
I don't think it the size of the sheet doesn't matter. It's front page, back page,
Front, back.
page, and, you know.
Yeah,
And
right.
that's the reason I said, instead of continuing on at it, let them do pre-preservation up to whatever we exhaust our funds and be done with them for now.
Well,
And
And then I went back to, okay, fine, let's change the contract if that happens. And start on the pre right now, let them just run with the.
they will do that if we will make that statement.
But
I mean,
if y'all noticed he was saying we're currently paying 63 cents. If you notice on the addendum, it's $1.35.
He said
Okay, but
yesterday,
he
I
might have
asked him,
clarified that.
I asked him yesterday, I said, hey, if we redo this, you're gonna honor the 63 cents. Did I
Then he
not
needs
ask
to
that
get a new
question?
contract.
He came back and said that he would honor the 63 cents, I believe.
That's what I think I heard.
That's what he
Whether we
said.
will or not.
Then they need to send us a
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah, but revise the contract to pre-preservation and exhaust whatever we've committed to in dollars. And if it gets us X amount of years, it gets us X amount of years. And then we've been real aggressive in our records preservation. We've already spent $1 $1.5 million, what have we spent over the last 4 or 5 years, including, I mean, $1.5 million on record, we're so far, I mean, we far exceed what the state has required us to do, I believe.
But why would he redo the contract to 63 if we're not gonna extend it? He's not
He
going to.
doesn't know that yet.
No,
Well, he's not gonna renew it unless we extend it.
Well, but on the contract he provided says $1.35. He needs to provide a
That's
new
right.
contract to be signed with 63 cents.
but Matt's saying if we're not gonna, with that, and see, now, correct me if I'm wrong, Shelley, but we have a 5-year contract, okay?
Right.
But a court at any point in time cannot fund it. We have that clause in that contract.
That's
But
state law.
the majority of the contracts we make a commitment for 5 years. But if we choose not to fund it, it don't, because, you know, they may be 4 new guys sitting here next year, year after, that didn't commit to that. See? So,
Well, it's just like Todd saying, well, Judge Brinkley told me I would
Yeah.
get a raise. Well, Judge Brinkley was 8 years ago, or,
yeah.
I mean, so.
That's right.
However we operate 1 year at a time.
Right.
Because any of you on Commissioner's Court can say, I want to do this, and an election comes and someone gets replaced, then new commissioners say, I don't want to do that. And it can change on a dime. So you can't go back based on what Bill Freeman told you in 2006, because he's no longer here.
But rather than adding this extra 58,000 for the 3 years, I think we stay at the 250, ask for a contract for the 3 years at 250, at 63 cents. And let it take us out to whatever that can preserve.
And be free.
Because we talk about being done, did you notice today, there was some more books and some more documents. She has more books, more documents. So if we could
Yeah,
spend
you're never
$1.5 million
gonna get done.
and be done, that would be something. But that's just, this is the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, you're not even gonna get near done if you do that. Because it's gonna take you to 1920, is that what she said? And she needs to go to 1950, so you got 30 more years to do.
What do you
Didn't she
suggest,
say,
Shelley? I
she
mean-
said she could do anything after 1920?
No,
Or
she
her-
said she could do it after 1950.
I thought she said 20.
Because
My
doing
mistake.
the getting them and flattening them out and whatever, and putting them in sleeves, she could do, because it would get her to 1950. She said her staff can do 1950 and above, or 51 and
Okay. I
above.
thought she said 20.
But now, are we still collecting, are we
From
still?
1920?
I thought that's what
I think that's what she said too.
But he was saying it would only possibly get you to 1901 or whatever.
If
It wasn't
we
gonna-
exhaust our money.
Yes,
If we exhaust
would
our
still
money.
be.
That's right.
And so we would have a
Sure.
window there, but are we still collecting fees to cover that?
Just barely.
Okay,
She
but,
did say 1920.
so if we do continue to collect those fees, if we take a sabbatical from spending the money and collecting the cruising
But
fees and go back to
Sabbatical
restoring.
will be 50 years. I mean, they're
That
the
little-
the reconstruction of how the fees were, they redid the fees in 20 and 22. And like the county used to get, Pam used to collect $25. Pam kept $250 and we got $22.50. Pam gets it all now, but
It's 30 on one and 21 on the other.
Right.
It's all
Get it all preserved in 3 or 4 years. And I realize you clerks want to accomplish that, and it's great for historical value. But you heard her say yesterday, we've had 24 people look for this stuff. And we're spending $1 million.
so for her district clerk records management this year, she's collected $11,379.
So it would take a while. So what, you got any suggestions?
No, I don't have any.
Okay. So, I mean, my thing would be budget to 250.
Mine was to wait 2 weeks, and then 45 minutes later, we came back and we decided to wait 2 weeks.
But I think your goal was hope they would be doing something over that 2 weeks.
Well, I
and
was
they're not,
hoping
but
that they would get started
Ain't
now.
happening, ain't happening.
Okay.
Because they don't know what
But
direction.
that
to
sounds
go.
kind of like what you're saying right now. So let's get started right now.
Well, no,
What
we do.
Shelley, let me ask you another thing. We have a contract with them for X amount for 500,000, okay? We do not have a contract with them beyond that, is that correct?
No, we do have a 5-year, $250,000
Okay.
for 5 years.
Or whatever.
But we got
okay?
nothing right now for our 500,000.
That's right. My point is there anything that says we have to go with them if we exhaust that 500,000 and get our, as many as we can get done? And when that's done, look around.
I don't know if you're gonna find another company.
That's the problem.
Well, that's
They've
that
bought
may be
out
it.
everybody.
Okay.
And if we can get this commitment in writing for 63 cents, we need to ride that horse and exhaust, go right on. If we can afford it, 2 years down the road or maybe next year,
Well, don't we have it right now? I mean, well, I understood he's honoring what we have right now, the 63 cents. Is that not right?
if we go with
If
full
we go with
preservation,
the-
full preservation.
If we go with.
If we do the extended, he would still honor the 63 cents. But if we go, say, I mean, we're not, you're saying you want to get this contract for 63 cents and finish it out, we already have that 63 cents, don't we?
Well, but we should be able to get about twice as many documents if we do pre-preservation versus full preservation. And then what Marcy was saying, if he would get these documents to pre-preservation.
She changed to pre.
She could move forward. In other words, what they done, they gave us a little discounted price, is what they're trying to say, and it gave us discounted product.
She said they would, if we changed to pre, they would at least be over there in climate control boxes and.
Yeah.
And.
And
it
she could do
sounded to me
something
like
else
She
to
would be
them.
perfectly happy with pre and would get that many more done.
So in the fund that we're paying, the general fund is giving Marcy the money to do this for, this year so far, she's collected $285. So she will never
Never.
collect.
Okay,
that money.
so let's assume
Okay.
worst case scenario, we got 20 years out there that doesn't get done in what she's doing right now.
Well, isn't the state requiring it to be done?
Oh, but not anywhere near at the rate we're doing it, is what I'm gonna tell you. I can't go point to it, but.
This has been up for sunset before, right? And they've extended it. Well, and then yesterday, when we were talking the OC money, the constables, said they had money. It's set to sunset this year, September 1st. But they extended it to 2025,
That's not the one.
2031.
What I'm worried about is when Senate Bill 22 sunsets. That's the one that's giving us the big
Yeah,
bucks for the
Senate
sheriff's
Bill
office.
22, oh boy.
But, so at some point, this money will sunset, this fee, let me rephrase it. This fee will sunset and they won't collect it anymore. But there will probably still be the law in the books that all your records have to be preserved and you will be funding it out of tax money.
Yeah, but I mean, we've been aggressive. I mean, we have been fortunate. We've done this $250,000, $300,000 thing for 6, 7, 8.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have been
That's
aggressive.
why finally the court said, let's get it all done in my office. We were just doing so many years in my OPR. Finally, let's just get it done. That's why we did that 5-year contract. Now I've got all my OPR scanned in the system, which is nice. People will call and they're shocked that we haven't done, because most counties do not.
Yeah.
And they're very impressed that, oh, wow, you've got it all taken.
And our local taxpayer made it convenient for them.
But your money, your records management money paid for all but one payment,
Yeah.
$198,000. General funds paid that.
But she's gonna accrue $90,000 a year, so 2, 3 years down the road, we say, hey, let's go take another shot. But we got this impression that we're done, and you're not done. She's got books she's not even talking about being done. I mean, she's talking about needing to be done.
Started.
Yeah, I mean, in the
Yeah,
big
she's
picture,
just now getting started.
yeah, she is, but
Yes.
but this dollar amount we're talking
Predecessor
about
just didn't do anything.
doesn't talk to those notebooks that she was displaying
No.
this morning
No, that,
or yesterday.
I have probably 100 of them kind of books over above probation that I don't even know what they are. They're so old and they're tearing up. I don't know even if they need to be preserved. I mean, that's-
Some of them are probably beyond repair.
Yeah. I mean,
But now,
but you
what
probably
does-
need to get them out of the
Yeah, they're not even
Hot.
kind of.
storage up there.
but what does the statute say about
That
those
statute,
books? Does it distinguish between what type of documents have to be restored and which don't?
Yeah, I would have to go back and read them.
So,
They're so old. and-
But back to budget, for budget purposes, I would suggest we budget to 250, and then when we get back where we can take an action item, or see Mr. Jack or whomever again, that we say, hey, we want the contract, take our $250,000 right now for the next 5 years, do pre-preservation until we exhaust our 250,
That's what I'm saying.
and not give him
Well,
another
it'd
100.
be plus the 1.2 million we signed for the 5 years.
Well, we done spent 500, so we got 750 left, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, we still have that contract.
Well,
This is
that's
just
only-
gonna add dollar amounts to that contract.
But do we not have to revise that because we're going from full preservation
It needs
to
to be,
pre-reservation at 63 cents?
This
Now then-
addendum should revise that.
Now, the question is, if they can't do that, then what do we want to do?
If he will not redo the contract,
Then what do we want to do? Tell them to go ahead and do full preservation?
I don't think he wants to give back $500,000.
Well, I don't think he will. I think he's going to say, I spent that 500,000 to determine that I made a 400,000 page mistake. So, but anyway, moving along, 250 on that, or 309?
On which one?
This is on that records, it's on specifically 553, Judge, on maybe your next page. See, mine's got 2 or 3. It should be a page in front of or behind it. This is under district, no, not, yeah, district clerk. Oh, I forgot, yeah, we page through of it. Do what, Matt? Oh,
I was coughing,
You just coughing?
coughing.
Y'all forgot I have dipped in chips up in there.
Look at this mess Snuggs
Oh,
has
they're
made over
right.
here. Give the guy, hey, have a Tootsie Roll.
Hey, we're on TV.
Oh. And he's ate 412.
Okay. I'm not going to look for it, but I know what you're saying.
It's 258.92. Shelley. And can you?
I'm not budgeting the whole amount
Okay. Is that not what
in
we?
1 year.
Oh, I thought that was 1 year payment.
No, it's
58.
50,000,
It's
58,000.
58,000 a year.
It makes it 309,725 for
We're not-
1 year.
Right, but we're not giving them the 58,000.
You lost
Is that what you just said? You
lost
said
it.
give them the
Yeah.
250.
Give them $250,000, not 309,725.
Then you're not doing the extra work.
That's right. We're gonna have,
You just said do the extra work.
Do the total pre-preservation, all of it. It's a 309, right?
I think what I said was do pre-preservation at 63 cents a page until we exhaust, at $250,000 over the next 3 years, over the 5-year
Well,
contract.
wait a minute, it's $500,000.
It should be $1.2 million because they haven't
Yeah.
done anything.
Have we paid them anything?
We paid them 2 years, yeah.
Okay, so,
Which
Well,
is,
technically, they haven't done anything to an end product, but they have been prepping it.
yeah.
so we got 3 years left, which is $750,000, right? And we're gonna pay them $250,000 this year, but what we want them to use our money for is to do pre-preservation of as many documents as they can do for that
Finish
amount
out
of
the
money.
contract. To
To
finish
fix out
out
the contract, but
to
not
the
all the
million,
work.
to million two.
Because we know we've got 20 years or 30 years that won't get done. I
Which
haven't
is crap,
asked
they should honor the original contract, because they
It's
didn't
gonna be hard to get them to do that.
her. Here, Shelley. You need a sugar rush.
They ain't gonna do it.
And just because I
He said he would
missed
do
the
those two
opportunity
days.
yesterday.
Stop it at 1901 or whatever.
Whatever it is. Yeah, you're still
It's
gonna be.
better to do the.
I didn't realize how paranoid Elizabeth is, but you sitting there with the little old Tootsie Roll.
For the next 3 years, and you're done with it.
Okay,
With that part of it.
so
All right.
are we I don't know,
Is he gonna-
what do you need, Shelley?
I don't need anything.
So that
Okay.
amount is he gonna take
The rest of
all
the
way
day
to
off?
1920.
Okay,
I don't work for you.
you ain't the boss of me?
You ain't the boss of
I'm
me.
just trying to help
That's
you out,
right.
you know? So we're the county clerk?
A question on that, okay?
Now she's gonna sue me, she broke a tooth.
I'm getting my lip.
Oh,
Hmm.
that was a booby trap Tootsie Roll.
Would we be money ahead doing the 309 and just getting that done
That would be guaranteed up to 1920,
at
wouldn't it?
63 cents?
That would get all the records he has done. He couldn't, at that point, he should not be able to backtrack, come back, or anything. If
We
it's
got
getting it
back
done.
to 1898
Or is that, am I looking at that wrong?
or 1848.
I don't see him doing it.
I mean,
I don't think, guys, that's really where we already thought we bought something, and we didn't get what we paid for, so to speak. I mean,
Yeah,
well, right now, I can tell you even if he does renew the contract, 60 cents, and says, I'll do it, like Adam said, he said he's gonna do it till 1901 or wherever the money runs out, and that's where he's stopping. So you don't have half of them done.
but we don't know
We don't
whether
have
it's
no way to
half or a
force
third or two-thirds, but I could give him another $150,000, and there's no commitment
if
that he will be done.
If it says in the contract, he will finish
Through that year.
through 1920.
I think we're letting,
You won't get him to pinpoint that much.
I don't think so.
Well, whatever boxes he has, he's
Well,
got to
but
commit.
she said 1920.
yes.
Okay. That's what Marcy said.
I'm afraid if we
He
don't
never
put in the
said
date-
up to
I mean, he can stop it.
1920.
He did.
I don't believe he did. He said,
What he said is where we're at right now with the
He
money
never- we
you give
never-
to me, and we do the pre, it might be 1901, but I don't know where that number is. It might be 1875, and he's like, we're done.
That's what I'm
But
saying.
see, initially what happened,
That's what I'm
Adam,
saying.
is he told us for this same money, it'd be full preservation. And now then it's so I don't have any faith in what we got going
Well,
on.
I understand what you're saying, but right now he knows what he's got in hand. There should not be any reason. And I mean, we can read the contract before we sign. If we decide not to sign it, we don't. But
Well, what we
get
do,
him
we can put
get
the
him to
300
present
down.
us one.
I'm just saying that I think if we let it, if we don't say it's to the 1920 like he said we were gonna do, we're letting a loophole for him to go, well, hey, I got him pretty close, so we're gonna stop at 1899, and the rest of that, y'all are still paying us.
Can we
that money.
not get him on breach of contract, Shelley?
I'm not a lawyer, I'll have to ask a lawyer.
That's a good question.
But, and we can put the 309 in there. My concern is we're gonna commit to that, and what we're gonna end up with is, and I think.
Well, that's
y'all
where we need to
realize
really
that
look at
is
the contract.
That is pre-preservation. That's not
Right.
full.
I know.
And so, I mean, it sounds like we, for budgeting, we put the 309 in, we bring him back in here and hit him with y'all's comments, very concerned, and say, hey, you know, this is what you heard, this is what you heard, this is what I heard, which part of it's accurate, what are we really gonna get? Because if you can't time to a year, you're gonna
No.
get what you got right now. Oh, well, guess what?
We can't
found some more
guarantee
documents.
finish the documents he has, which what I understood was up to 1920. I don't know if that's accurate here or not, but whatever the boxes he has, the 800,000, whatever it is, he has to finish it for that.
But you know, if he's doing pre-preservation versus full preservation, he should have been able to do more documents.
if he will do
If he would, so now we're talking in theory, we put the, whatever you guys want to put in the budget, and then get back in there and ask him, but, I mean,
I'm just thinking about it, if we pay him the next 3 years or whatever, the 750,000, we really don't have nothing to hold his feet to the fire with.
Can I state one more time
Yes.
what I think I came down to yesterday? I started off with a very simple, let's wait 2 weeks, okay? After that, I said, okay, full presentation, or preservation, I mean. But that's when, I'll swear, Marcy said, well, wait a minute, but if we did preservation, we could get this many more done, and it'd still be in a box over here, and it'd be safe, and all of this kind of stuff. So
She
I
did.
finally came down to, okay, what I would like to do, and this would be my choice, if I had my way, it would be to take what we have paid in now, which is $500,000, go change the contract to pre-preservation, get them going as far as they can possibly go on that. In the meantime, $309,000 or whatever it happened to be to continue that contract as far as he will go, even if it's only to 1900, say. That still leaves us a little gap in there, but Marcy has already said that they can do everything above 1920, okay?
I don't remember that date, but
Well, but she said that, okay? So, is there anything wrong with that? Did I say it right, or?
I have a tendency to agree with what you're saying. I mean,
Was that confusing, what I just said, or?
I think it's kind of what we're saying, the same thing.
I
I think
think
we're all
we're-
saying kind of the same thing, it's just that.
Well,
we gotta
that's
budget the money.
that's the silly thing about this. We all kind of are, like I said, started out with, can we wait 2 weeks? 45 minutes later, we can wait 2 weeks. So,
well, and the real life scenario is, we might not be able to come up with 250,000 over the next 2 years, no, 500,000 over the next 2 years, so we just may choose to fund something else other than records preservation. And then he's still got X number of years didn't get done.
okay, but we've already paid in 500,000, right?
We have, I believe, absolutely.
He's already got that in his pocket, okay? He owes us $500,000 worth of preservation.
And see, I wonder if he's not saying, hey, we spent all that in prepping.
Yeah, that's where you need an attorney.
Well, it might not, depend on how he answers. If he
Well, that's true.
answers.
If he is as anxious to get rid of us as we are to
But
get
you
rid of
forget
him.
Pam's who's
Yeah.
gonna use him.
She's still doing business with him.
Okay,
Mine is funded.
but she gets, that's right,
Mine is funded.
that's right.
So if he, all right.
So anyway, that's what I throw out there, and
That's it.
And all I got yesterday was, no, you don't understand, John, you don't understand. And I think I did understand. I just wanted them to get started, and I wanted to make good what we've already paid them, and work on whatever we're gonna do until whatever is left up until 1920 after that, or in the process of that, while he's working on.
He, like I said, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, except he's not gonna start till we tell him pre or full.
I agree.
Other than
I
what he's
agree.
telling you, I've
So
already
that's-
done a lot of work on it.
That's the possible glitch there, you know, I guess he could come back and say, no, well, we contracted for full, you're gonna get full. So the worst comes to worst
Well, we
is
could come right
that we
back on
just
him.
full. Do what?
We could come right back on him and say, what you said, it was this many pages.
There you
I
go.
just, that was Ed that called me back, I'm gonna see if Marcy will send the contract over to Ed to let him look at it and see if we got any recourse on our end for giving us a bad bid and then not holding through it.
Of course, we gotta be careful, you know, a lot of this is about having relationships with some of these vendors, and they don't have a lot of competition. And
They
so,
are on TV.
yeah.
Well, it's worth a shot. I mean, if he's gonna sit up here and be as vague and misbid by 600,000 pages, I don't care if we have a relationship with him or not. And that's what the number was, it was
It's still
600,000.
That's right.
It was like from 200 to
right.
620 or something.
I was just doing an example.
Yeah.
Well, he said yesterday it was like.
It's-
Yeah, but
ended
I
up
just couldn't remember.
It's about
you know.
$400,000
Yeah,
or
it was a
$400,000
big
documents.
discrepancy.
big.
Yeah, it
Okay.
wasn't even close.
We don't like much being done, maybe.
Okay,
County clerk, I didn't see any changes. Looks like everything she had here was reasonable. The early voting increases, the presidential election coming up next year, and then to preserve she said, I think your birth books and death stuff. I didn't see anything, I mean, it's no place to shave costs there that I could tell. Because that's all election expense, that's not new voting machines or anything else now, or poll books or anything. Juvenile probation, same thing with juvenile probation. I mean, Tony got up here and told us this is what it's gonna take, this is what we gotta pay the state. You know, and it was a pleasant surprise that they got the $72,000 and offset the $140 on line item 486.
Yep.
I mean, that's just, is what it is. You with me, Shelley? We're not changing anything, okay? Constables, I think we go and do what we talked about. It should mirror precinct 1. No increase unless everybody gets an increase. He increased his office supplies from 500 to 750. I'm not, oh, no. We're going with 500 on office supplies. Okay, which is a little bit less than he asked. Go with $2,500 in fuel, which is a little bit less. We're going to increase his vehicle maintenance by 500.
This is 2 or 1, I'm sorry.
2.
Yeah.
Okay. Ammunition is going to be 450, which is the same as precinct 1. He increased by 100 in his association dues because he wanted to belong to something. No issue. And then he actually said he would take a used vehicle. He didn't have a problem with it, but no vehicle.
You want to leave the dues at 200?
I'm sorry?
You want to leave the dues at 200?
Let's leave his dues at 200. I mean, we're cutting them on cars, we're still open on salaries because we don't know. So, you know, a little bit of a concession is on the MO and stuff of that nature. So,
450 on ammo.
450 on ammo.
What about fuel?
Fuel, what is proposed at 2,500.
Okay.
Vehicle maintenance, he's got 3,000 in there. He's saying he need, if this is a difference in presenters, but he needs $1,500 to repair his front end.
Yep.
Which is much more, I mean, probably
So
think
what do you want on vehicle maintenance?
leave it at 3.
Yeah.
All right, we're to the library. She asked for 5,400 in increase. Hers is confusing because she shows last year she spent lots more than what she spent, but apparently that's to the storms and stuff.
That was the roof leak.
Yeah, and her 3%, if I understood her correct, the 3% across the board, no, unless everybody gets a raise.
Right. Well, one question here. Shelley, how much of that comes out of Rick's budget, the repairs on that building over there? Is any of it or just,
We put it all in Rick's,
did we?
but it was a non-budgeted expenditure budgeted out of contingency this year.
Okay, so it's 61 half dozen of the other. Okay.
And it's my understanding, this is the first time in years that we will have exhausted our $2 million in contingency. Okay, she asked for $1,945 in part-time budget, and she does a good job of, she'll hire people in at X amount, like a entry level and part-time, and she'll use this $1,945 to increase those a little bit. Unless some of you guys see it as nobody else is getting a raise, part-time shouldn't get a raise. I don't know how y'all feel about that.
Well, she's not giving them, she's not going above the set rate.
Right.
For part-time.
Per
She
car.
would just, like you said, she starts some of them at
Entry level,
wage
what-
or $10 an hour, and then she would increase them slowly up to that $12.36.
So, and she's asked for $1,945. How many part-time people she have at this one?
Or I believe.
So she's somewhere may split that between 4 people. That's, you know. I don't see anything unless you guys see something. I've always thought we should cut the conference expense personally, but I don't see anything going on there. Environmental,
What's your conference expense now?
I'm sorry,
What's your conference expense now?
6,000.
8,000, 6,000?
Does that include travel?
Not mileage.
Not mileage. Well, I guess I don't know if that's her, if she travels, she's got mileage money.
How much?
She got 1,100 in mileage, and she spent, in the last several years, she spent, 961 one year, and you go back to 2019, and she spent 1118. But, I mean, she does a whole lot, at this national level, you know, and now then I think she's actually got her, I don't know if she calls her chief deputy or whatever, but she's actually got her engaged now doing some teaching and briefing and stuff like that. So that's costed us, you know, a little money there, but, all right, back to environmental, the raise, no raise unless everybody gets one, right? You good, Matt? Okay.
Environmental or septic?
Either one, pick one.
Well,
Septic,
Same.
rural septic.
yeah, rural
Yeah,
septic. There you go.
Y'all are so analytical, you know, you're killing me. Okay, rural septic.
I don't care what Jason said.
2,400 in conference, and he hadn't been going, I don't know, you know, in theory, you put it there and cut, you gotta get it back if he doesn't go. But at the end of this, we're gonna come up with a budgeted number, subject to spend, and we're gonna set a tax rate. So, you know, anywhere you can shave an embellishment, if that's, maybe a poor choice of words, but, anyway.
I mean, I think that the most he's ever spent is 888, 883.
You wanna cut it back to 1,000, 1,500?
Yeah, I mean,
For what?
Conference,
conference.
1,200?
For septic?
Yeah.
He got $2,400 in there, Shelley.
I was sure frustrated by the fact, complaining about the pickup needing repairs and hadn't had anything done to it yet.
Well, you know what that is. I need a new vehicle.
Did you say 883?
The most I've ever seen him spend in 2020 was $883.81.
She had a 2023 budget of $2,389, but no reason to indicate he spent it.
Well, nothing's been spent this year.
I'm sorry.
Nothing has been spent
Yeah,
this
so
year.
He did 640.84 in 2022.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be 1,500. I mean, $1,000.
Cut it
Like I
down.
said, the conferences were around here this last several years. They start moving them further away. I mean, I don't know, I'm just saying.
He's got a county truck.
Well, and some of that is if you throw the money in there, they'll find a conference. Las Vegas.
I mean, it didn't go in
I've been looking, is there some up in Las Vegas?
None we can go to.
Y'all tell me something.
Keep going.
No. What am I doing at 2,400?
Oh.
Adam,
What do you think, Shelley? I mean, let it sit in there and
I mean, it's kind of like our previous contingencies. We haven't spent them and they have a tendency to carry over. But this year, we will have spent $2 million in contingencies, so she's scratching, she's thinking.
Big chunk of that contingency too is our parking lot.
What did it cost, 200,000?
No, that was,
Yeah,
No, we did, well,
yeah, it's budgeted.
Didn't he identify some things for that travel, that conference?
no.
He did not. I thought he was talking about some new requirements or something, but
Well, we knock it back to 1,500.
1,500 going once.
You heard Matt,
What?
1,500.
Matt said,
Yeah, 1,500, we don't need Adam in this, he's an auctioneer.
he doesn't have his suit on today.
I can still auctioneer.
Do what?
Give me 100.
There's that Cooke.
1,500 in Conference, Shelley, that's what I'm
Cooke
hearing.
guy.
And obviously, like I said, 16%, even if we were given increases, I wouldn't think he would get, you know.
I mean, it is true what he said when we did hire him on, but I think, you know, like Shelley said, you know, that's previous administration, and, you know, things have changed.
Well, we invested in his training. We spent the money to train him because he didn't have the skills,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, how many times has he taken the county vehicle home, he's not getting taxed for it?
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm moving right along. $71 in rural subdivisions and development. See no issue. Tax assessor collector. I can see her smiling now.
I think she had a pretty good presentation there, quite frankly.
She had a good presentation.
The one thing that needs to be discussed is that EA, if we're going to discuss it today.
I'm gonna say that's a big one to discuss at the end after we hear everything.
That's a
more.
kick that horse
I think that's
later,
probably
you
a
know.
wise.
And I think her employees, like, I say the majority of the employees at Cooke County, they're doing a good job. And I'd love to give them a raise, but 5%, I mean,
Well,
and if they don't,
it'd be the same as everybody else.
Yeah,
It's just
so-
where they're going.
but I mean,
And hold the EA till the end.
Well, you know where that's coming from. Somebody got a cell phone allowance and a $5,000 bump this year.
so, anyway,
Somebody got a cell phone allowance and a $5,000 bump this year.
You're not bad with that.
Because as much overtime as I
and
work,
where I
makes
think
me
both
feel
of them do a
better.
good job.
That overtime, I
Election
think that's
time, I think she's supervising more people. In reality, and I'm not gonna quibble over the cell phone at this point because I don't necessarily buy the rationale and not, I don't think it's unique to Brandy or anybody else. I don't necessarily buy
Let me know what
it.
we
I need
do.
one because some other officials got one.
I'm not saying,
No, I know, I'm just,
But, so the cell phone's one thing, the 5,000 where I think she does a good job, she is required to be there. She's supervising on how many different employees and how many different sites at election time. She's moving all over the county. She being the clerk at this point in time, that position. You know, again, both of them did a good job. Everybody knows what I think about EAs, and it ain't that I'm opposed to EAs, I'm
I
opposed.
don't, will you please tell me?
I think we go, if we do an EA, we'll
You're
spend
screaming.
$100,
You're screaming now.
yeah, $135,000, $40,000, $50,000 to create a position, then they'll need offices, and in reality, I've said this before,
Put them up there, Pam, electric.
do what? I've said this,
Or they-
but both,
Losing my mind.
as both of them were elected, the jobs consisted of whatever the clerk does, plus election responsibilities, same way with this a tax assessor, and they had registered responsibilities, and it paid considerably less than it pays today. So,
Did I read the one
but
reason?
again, I appreciate both clerks and their staffs, and you know, if we get some great windfall of cash, then we look into it. But to grow government, that's what an EA is going to do. It's going to grow government in cost. And we won't have an elected official in Cooke County that we can point to hold accountable to say, help us, or what's wrong. Because I mean, we'll have 2 people or 3 on the board, but you're not gonna have an elected official in charge. So, I still am not an advocate of the EA. So, just sold budget line items, she went up, 2,500 on voter certificates. I think she got the same issue Pam has. It's gonna be election year, presidential election. I don't,
That's happened every year I've been here, every other year.
every other year you get the
Voters
increase.
certificates.
And then there's human resources.
What about her conference at 10,000? She hadn't hit that either. If we're looking at, she's went to 6,100.
That's a good question.
That's $4,000 difference.
Yeah.
Can we bring that down to 7,000 and be comfortable? 7,500?
You're the auctioneer, just keep going, but go backwards.
It's hard to go backwards.
But you've gone from 10.
Conference, she's at 10,000. I mean, if we brought that to,
This is tax.
yeah, tax assessor.
Be careful, she's
This was
watching.
This was printed in, the one we have probably March. Has there been, has she been since?
Well, look, here's 4,300 actual,
Well, I don't know.
4,600.
Number came
Yeah, the most she's
from-
ever spent 6,100 back into.
Yeah.
Unless she got a refund, reimbursement, but.
My district
I
clerk
go
does, but
39.65.
this year.
Not 45.
Yeah.
She might have got a reimbursement.
Yeah. Does she get them? I know district clerks get some. I don't know if she gets any or not.
Well, the
You get
clerks
reimbursed
it
on
from
yours?
the Center of Judiciary, I don't know where.
Which I know that the conferences that they go to are due to the ever-changing rules.
Oh, I agree with that.
But she's actually taken herself in one, which is good.
Yeah, no,
But-
I
but
agree. The
apparently-
conferences they go to are
You know, we don't need to cut her out,
Mandatory.
absolutely. But if she's been going for somewhere in the 4,500 range, 5,000, you know, she's not doing anything lucrative. She's not taking, I mean, we got some departments that are taking out-of-state travel, literally to Vegas and stuff like that. She's not doing anything lucrative, and she probably could do it for 7,000, 7,500.
I'm just trying to look at numbers, trying to get us to where we can,
We're listening to you. Speak to us. Drop a number.
I mean, say 8,000.
I think he's going up.
8,000.
didn't have anybody bidding against you.
Well, he was at 7.
I'm just giving her the,
8,000.
He's kind of like
Once,
Paul.
twice.
Yeah. 8,000 is what I put down on mine.
All right.
everybody agree with that?
But, okay.
Unanimous.
And, you know, if we get toward the end and things are, the number's big, we take another pass. Again, we don't finalize till August.
Yeah.
And now we're officially out of money, so there's nothing left for HR, right?
No, we was out of money when we sat down. I'm telling you, we was $6 million short going in.
But those people aren't here now, so.
Yeah. I didn't, cybersecurity and all, I don't see anything with HR. She, you know, she too is a director and hadn't asked for a raise in 10 years.
Okay, let me make somebody else mad at me, okay?
It's early.
All right, I've already got one mad at me over here. I want to make another one mad at me right here. And I hope you guys understand that this lady right here does not even have to be here, okay? She does this because this is, thank God she does. I'm telling you, and she doesn't, you don't have to do half the stuff you do, and how much trouble have you kept us out of and everything else. And I'm saying this, not expecting anything in return. You can't vote on my budget or anything, but I just want to, you know, I'm glad to be back again. I'm so happy to be back again, and I've got people like you and Pam and Elizabeth that just jumped in there and made things so much easier for me, and I sure do appreciate it. There, that's all I said. You can get mad all you want to now. All right.
I'm closing up.
And I think it's time to, second. All in favor? Aye. See you guys again tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Did y'all-
Heavy hitters tomorrow.
Did y'all see my